Okay. All right. It is 6:03 p.m. This is our June 24th meeting at 6 p.m. We're at Old Town Hall. This meeting is being audio and video recorded, but it is not being streamed live, as Old Town Hall does not have that capability yet. There are no scheduled hearings, but public input may be provided using either the Board of Selectmen email address, a telephone number listed on the agenda, or via Zoom. And a recording of the meeting will be accessible on the Town of Dayton YouTube channel for later viewing. And if everybody could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Chairman, while we're standing, I wish to mention passing of 3 residents of the Town of Dayton since we met last. Lucille Vincente, Roger Gilmet, Janet McConville. Roger Gilmet was a Korean War veteran, and he served in the 82nd Airborne, and I'm sure that group of individuals will be very familiar to veterans. In their memory, I ask for a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so first under scheduled appointments, we have a continued discussion of relocating library services, and we do have members of the pandemic task force present. We have members of the Council on Aging, and I'm not sure if we have any library trustees, but they were also invited as well to continue the discussion. And I just would like to briefly recap where I think we left off last time, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but we had decided that we were going to try to make an accommodation for library services, especially the technical side. And so part of what that involved was relocating their computers, essentially. And I think that's where we left off, and we hadn't yet decided where exactly that would be, but we had a couple ideas. So is that where we would all agree that's where we left off? And then they're not going to relocate to prime time. I believe we also decided on that. But of course, prime time is not open due to state guidelines. So that's where we left off. And I believe we were going to look into, in terms of space, Old Town Hall, so in this meeting room, and then the lower level meeting room at Town Hall. And so with that, I don't know if the building commissioner would like to speak, or administrator?
Sure, I'll start. Sure, so yes, thank you for that recap. That's also my understanding. We explored specifically the lower level of Town Hall. I think some of the questions that were raised were our technology and our internet services, are they going to be secure? The answer is yes, that's all set. What would it cost to upgrade the speed, a nominal fee, and then we would actually rectify something at the same time just to take advantage of it, so the change wouldn't be significant. There's also wiring to factor in, which is a cost to the town. Again, not terrible, not something we can't handle. And then in the meantime, while we wait for the wiring to go through, the library director has a hotspot that she tested, and she said that it does work. Previous times it hasn't, so it's spotty. It's a temporary solution, a bridge, if you will, to get us to the permanent space. The occupancy is fine. It would be 2 to 3 persons of the public utilizing machines, and then 1 staff member would be there. My recommendation would be to designate the bathrooms downstairs, one as public and one as employee, if we were to go forward with this. I have my own concerns about space going forward, so more than like 1 or 2 months from now, because early voting is generally in that room. We're beginning to have physical quorum meetings.
Can I just ask you to be a little more clear? So when you're talking about the bathrooms downstairs, I'm assuming you mean Town Hall.
I'm sorry, yes,
okay,
I'm in the
that's
lower
all.
level
Just
of
for the
Town Hall.
public, I think we all
I'm
understand
sorry.
what you mean.
So yes, in the lower level of Town Hall, there's 2 single stall bathrooms, or single bathrooms. And so my recommendation to you is to designate one of those public and one of those employee only, just to quell some concerns there.
I do have a question about that, and you probably have the answer. Can one of those be locked? Like the
Yes.
price, the one for the
Yes.
employees would be locked and they would have access to a
At the
key?
request of a woman employee, she had asked if it could be locked, and we do have a locking mechanism on that, so yes, we do.
Outside the
And
meeting.
it needs to.
Outside,
Right, yeah.
right, yes.
I also just wanted to say, and I apologize, I should have done this. We are all distant, so the people around the table are far apart, so we don't have maps. So I just wanted to say that for the public as well. But we do have them here, and when we walk around, we put them on. Thank you. Madam Administrator.
So I do have, so short, it can be done. I have concerns if this is a plan for longer than maybe 2.5 months because of things like early voting. We're beginning our physical meetings again, and like a lot of people are meeting on Wednesdays. We have a lot of competition for this room, so it's taken a lot of coordination. I have a concern about using up a meeting space that's in short supply right now. So I would just ask the board that you weigh that you consider that, and maybe we're back if you want to make a determination based upon how long this is gonna go on. So that's all, I just want to share my concern
Can
about
I
that.
ask you about your concerns before we, I want to see if Selectman Goulart has a question, but I do want to also go to our building commissioner as well. Is part of your concern that if they are to be at the lower level of town hall temporarily, and then it ends up being a couple months, and then they might need to move again? For something like when it comes up to the primary election in September, that space would need to be used by the town clerk's office. Okay. Mr. Commissioner,
Yeah, without repeating,
Sure.
I agree. However, I do have some new information that came from the Board of Health meeting tonight. There was some scheduling conflicts about moving their meeting night from Wednesdays with some of the board members. So they asked if the lower level of town hall would be open for them because their meetings tend to draw less crowds. At all the meetings I've been to in the last years, there's very few that have more than just the board members and town employees. So I think that is a valid point. We need to be mindful that if there is scheduling conflicts, that room still may be needed. I know you have your room upstairs as well, but we just want to be mindful, and I want you to be aware of it.
My only concern with that, Mr. Commissioner, would be just, like, is there a camera down there that can record it? It would just be like a logistical issue for me of like, how would that meeting, like if the Board of Health met downstairs, not upstairs, there are cameras down
In
there?
the low
Yes.
level?
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
There
Yeah,
is.
people is telling me yes, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All three meeting rooms that we have designated right now have recording capabilities.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
And so I do have a question then, but most of the meetings in the lower level are at night, like not during the day, so can we limit the hours that the public has access to the internet?
Well, that's a whole other slew of questioning for the library. Okay, if it is in this location, what are your hours? Because our hours are different. Our open hours for town hall are different than those of the library, so that would need to be worked out. I'm concerned over that for equipment, like if people are using that meeting space as a meeting, but the computer equipment is there, because taking it down and resetting it up every day is not gonna work out well, it's gonna be tedious. How do you monitor that? So, I mean, I know there's cameras, but there's a bit of a hiccup there.
Yeah, the other, I'm sorry, but
No.
the other concern that I have specifically, and I shared with Administrator Aronstein, was that right now there are library employees, when things were normal, that were present when the computers were being used. And I know the library's not here, but what would the plan be? Would there be any supervision, or would the room just be open and allow people to come and
So
go
an
freely?
employee, there's 2 to 3 members of the public could be using a computer, as long as we can keep that 6-foot spatial distance, because that will happen, and one staff member.
Okay, so
So,
it would be-
yeah, the staff
okay.
member has to be there.
Are there services when they, because right now we've reopened, right? But we're by appointment. So is the library also going to be by
Well, we
appointment?
would tell them it has to be by
Okay.
appointment. And
Okay.
we do that for a variety of reasons, because contact tracing, we can keep track of who entered when and, who they may have been in contact
Sure.
with. So there's a lot of reasons for that.
And I
They
wanted
have to
to
follow suit.
It sounds like you were okay with the lower level of town hall, but you had like practical concerns just about other operations that will be
Well, like how long
needed
is this
down there.
gonna
in a
last?
couple
Because
months.
the state is coming down and telling us, okay, you're gonna have 14 days of early voting. Where do we put them? We can't set it up, take it down, set it up, take it down. In this room, for example, this is our primary meeting space and the largest space that we're allowed to hold public hearings in. If that happened, like the Conservation Commission has a couple of hearings, this is where they can hold it. So I'm just concerned about booking meeting space and tying it up for another function if it's going to be a prolonged thing. That's why for me, prime time works out. I know that you don't want to go that route, but prime time is a good candidate for this because we physically can't open prime time, but we can put the library internet services there.
I just don't want to, I feel like we moved past that, so I don't want to. No, I do. I feel like we made a viable solution, and I think my question to you, Mr. Commissioner, is, so I understand the concerns with the lower level of town hall. What are the concerns with it being in here? So I know we have meetings in here. I understand that. Some people from the public come. I'm not sure how much space the library needs. I think you obviously would know that better than me, but why couldn't the library space be like up there and then it wouldn't affect the meeting space down here, for example?
So, it would be possible. I would need to put some infrastructure in place because this building was constructed prior to
Yeah.
electricity.
Yeah.
That is the only outlet, and I did that for a reason. I wanted to hold on to nostalgia. So I would have to put in some temporary outlets for computers. If we did use the stage area, which is underutilized now, we would also have to have a separate computer system down low for accessibility reasons.
Yeah.
So we could do that, and they could stay set up without interfering with meeting space. So that would be an option.
Do you have a preference though, I guess is my question? Like I feel like there's pros and cons for
I
both.
share the concerns of the town administrator, so I actually think if there were a place to be used, this would probably be the better of the two places.
Do you?
Yes, I just have a question.
You have the floor,
If that's
yeah.
okay. Like, do we have, or can we get like cubicle squares to, if there are meetings in here, we can sort of like block it off, or even at the end of the night, like block it off to protect from like wires and whatever? Is
Yeah,
there
we
a
have to
possibility to find
We
some?
have to explore that. We've done it before with the food bank, so that we hide the food bank from
To buyers.
So yeah,
Some
we
sort
could,
of
we
thing.
could get creative with that, yes. I just think this building, I mean, I shared some concerns with Administrator Aronstein. To me, that's just not a space next door. It's a lower level meeting room. It's good for that. It has very little natural lighting, very little natural ventilation. So I just think this would be a more a conducive space with public use. If next door is not an option, then I think this would be the next viable option.
I just would hate for them to need to, I just would hate for them to, for example, move to lower level of town hall and then also need to move again. If it needs, if they're still there in September, then they would need to essentially end up probably having to move here anyway. So I think that would be burdensome for just them, for the people that would have to, the employees that would help them move. And I understand more infrastructure and more work needs to be done to get them over here, but I would just rather have them somewhere where, we'll address the library situation later, but they'll have a space where they won't need to be moving around.
Yes, so we're talking one computer, is that what?
No.
2 to 3.
2 or 3? Is there
And
some
one
way?
is going to be down here for
Right.
accessibility.
Right. Is there some way to be able to lock that, but not that, like, they would desk up there that had someone would lock it up? Because that was a concern, right?
That's what I mean about the cubicle thing, like just to sort of set it a separation, and if somebody went behind there, it would be suspicious, like what are you doing behind that wall?
So I understand your concern, but this building is very limited with who accesses it. I understand that we would need to give the library access to this building, but that they would then be responsible for locking and unlocking the doors. So we could attempt to. I don't know that we could. I did buy a case for the equipment here, so I don't know if we could explore buying cases so that they were locking the cases at night. That might be an option, but we could come up with something.
Also, the how you log in is locked up anyway,
Yeah.
so.
You can always,
access.
yeah, but you could take a picture, and repurpose it.
Yeah.
So would you like to do it?
Yeah, we're talking about what's happening right now, and we're all hoping that there will be changes in the rules as we go forward to someday return to normal, whatever normal is. So actually, everything we're planning right now is not long term. We're just taking each situation a step at a time. And the situation we're dealing with is computers for the public that they can access through, they used to access through the library. So thinking about an eventual return to normal, I think when that happens, obviously the limit of people that can be in a space will be increased. When that'll actually happen, we don't know. I was thinking about the early voting. Does anybody know the early voting dates? It must be the end of August because the primary, I think, is in September.
It starts in late August and it's 14 days.
14 days.
I do know that the Clerks Association, like all town clerks, are trying to not fight it, but do something where it's limited because they're concerned about all of the access in and out of this room over a span of 14 days.
Right.
So I don't know if that's final, but
And I think early voting can be done by mail also for these. So obviously, there was a pretty good response to the town election by voting early. So that's another thought. Well, what I was thinking about, when we were having discussions about where we were going to put the computers for the library, the community room at the police station was mentioned. Now that's out as far as those computers go.
Can I just, because I mentioned that, I was talking about that, using that room for meetings.
Well-
So we're talking about meeting space, not computers, just
Well-
a clarification.
Use for other than police.
Yeah.
I think that would be an ideal place to have the early election because when you walk out of there at night, first of all, you've got a door access. You could limit people coming and going. You've got secure access. When the workers leave, the equipment, who's going to go in there and take it? It's in the police station.
So,
Just a thought.
yeah, so one of the reasons the downstairs of Town Hall works so well is that they can come in one door and exit through another door. So it makes it very easy to track who's voting. That room does not have that capability. They would actually have to leave through the internal
The same way.
space used by the police department, which wouldn't be allowed. So they'd have to come and go from the same door. I know that it was a big cuss with the town clerk to have them come in one door and out the other. As a matter of fact, when she wanted to do it upstairs, she wanted to go out the side door down by the accounting office. I didn't allow it upstairs for the simple reason you can't have that much commotion in the foyer or the main entry of the building. So that's why we moved it downstairs. So, although I think it's a good thing to talk about, I just wouldn't want that decision made without talking to the clerk, because I know that ingress and egress.
That's my other point here. Has anyone talked to the town clerk? Because obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves as far as the voting, because she's the one that's going to call the shot.
But
I mean, we
she's-
can offer all of these things.
But she has chosen and always done it at the lower level of town hall. And I think that's why we're just saying that that's where she's going to do it
But
again.
nobody's talked to her yet, right?
Yeah, if you-
Selectmen Pacheco.
yeah, no, it's just that at the annual town election, she had it set up so you go in one door and you exit another door, so, because only a certain number of people were allowed into the building, but you don't want people exiting, walking right by the people that are waiting to go in, so, the
But
6
the
feet.
town election wasn't at that building.
No, but that was the setup, I'm
Oh,
sure.
I know.
Yeah, she doesn't,
I know
I'm
that.
sure she doesn't want people walking by, people coming in and leaving, going through the same door at the same time. You say
that's
this,
also a COVID response thing too. You're
Yes.
not supposed to retrace your path and come into contact with more people. But yes, I did speak with her very, very briefly about it today, and she said, no, that's where I got early voting. It wasn't a very long conversation, but I just know that that's where we have it. It works out. Sorry, it works out well.
Just mute it.
Yeah, sorry about that. It works out well there. So changing it, and then where else would you change it? My thought is here because you come in and go out. But if this is our main meeting space, then the same
But we
problem
would
is there.
only be changing the location because the library would
Exactly.
be down there.
you're,
So we
what
can
you're
the library here. Excuse
in
me.
your
The town clerk can have the election where she feels comfortable and she knows all the ins and
Right,
outs.
and all of this discussion right now is based on what we know of right now. And I'm saying, by the time this, I'll call it the election event or early voting event happens, we got to be aware that the rules, let's hope the rules have become less stringent, because if they're worse, it's another nightmare.
Well, and that's precisely why I wanted to share my concern, because I don't want to plan too far into the future with all of this looming. It's just not a makeable thing. You
And
can't-
phase 4 is if there's a vaccine, that's what phase 4 is basically, so, that's a while away. But getting back to the, using this room for the library, I support it, but I also want it to be only the hours, that people are here. I don't want someone from the, one person from the library coming here and meeting with somebody else. Now, I worked in probation for 35 years, and that's something we would never allow. So during the day, when people are downstairs, I don't mind using this, but I would only want it during the hours. I get it's difficult, somebody works during the day, they want to use a computer at night, I understand that. But I believe we prefer that the hours be during the day, when somebody's here.
Yeah, I think that's
Monday through
reasonable.
Thursday. Let the public, let the public know, Monday through Thursday, they can make an appointment to come here.
And they would still be doing their curbside
Yes.
operation,
Yep.
and they have that all figured out, and they'll do their hours for that as they.
And it was
see fit.
an hour
Okay.
time is that today about the dining library and as well as time doing curbside, so it's good that it's getting
That's
out there.
through appointments too.
Yes.
So again, for the tracing, and I would actually request that the library director institute appointments for this as well for the same reason, so that we can monitor in the event somebody got in and shared this out.
How do you want us to proceed on this ideally? So we will vote.
To have us, I know, we have to spend some money, so you'd have to allow us to make this happen if this was the
Okay.
chosen route. So if you vote on the route, then we can notify.
Do we have a ballpark figure here? Because,
I don't know what the library has. I know they have the hardware. I don't know if they have the desks. I don't know if the desks can be relocated. So it could be several $1,000s to make this happen. So I'm not saying 10,000, I'm saying a few $1,000s to make this happen. So
Under five?
I need 5 or less, yes.
I mean,
Now,
sorry,
I'm sorry. I wasn't part of the discussion about the wireless, using the in-house wireless. Is that possible? Or,
So yes, and we worked out with our IT vendor how we would go about protecting our stuff, and we're good. So there's no
so
concern.
because we do have wireless
Right.
here, so.
Right.
and essentially their network, I say their network, like they will have a separate, I don't even know what word to use, network,
Is it
essentially.
sales? I
The
mean, not
library.
the library.
Yeah,
Yes, I just don't know about, we don't pay for sales, like, we don't pay for
Correct.
internet over there, so I don't know as much about the stuff. But we can easily set up a little separate thing on our server, and we're not
Okay.
gonna have any.
awesome. Because they're public, because ours is protected by a password, for example, theirs wouldn't be. Okay, so there are a couple things that will need to be. Well, what I will say, I guess, is, it stinks that we have to make this decision, I guess, and it stinks that it costs money. But given what I heard in the letters that I read from the members of the pandemic task force at our last meeting, I think on June 17th, there are some concerns with the building and with it reopening the library. So it stinks to spend the money, but if we don't know what's going to happen, we need to have a library, so I'm okay with it. Yeah.
I think you need to be realistic.
Mhm.
The library's not gonna open anytime soon, regardless of the pandemic, and that's gonna be a discussion that we'll have deeper on another day. But I agree that wherever we move them to, or their services to, has to be semi-permanent,
Yeah.
so that we know that they can function without interruption, and without telling the public, oh, they're here this week, they're there next week, and I think we need to be constant with that, so.
So we need to encumber a ballpark number up to in the present year's budget to do this work.
I think 5,000 is an accurate number, up to.
Up to 5,000?
Yes.
and we may be able to get this reimbursed.
Yeah, this is a CARES Act.
Yes.
So I've already submitted for the FY20 round. I don't know when the FY21 round is going to accept anything, but FY20 claims, like if we started before June 30th, are still eligible to be claimed in FY21. So I would certainly capture all of this and submit.
That's fabulous. And that's at least good news, that it can be reimbursed by the CARES Act, so. Okay,
So we'll be putting some money aside to upfront it
yes,
with a plan of getting something back?
Okay.
Are you accepting motions?
I am.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we encumber against the FY20 budget up to, we encumber from the FY20 budget $5,000 for expenditures up to $5,000 for relocating library computer services to another municipal building,
I'll second that motion.
wherever it may be.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information, there are other buildings in this community that are not publicly owned that have been used by the town in the past for meetings and programs. We have used the hall at St. Nicholas, we have used the hall at the community church. And we did a lot with those facilities back during 2012 when we had multiple presentations and events and guest speakers and slideshows. So if we ever see we're getting at a pinch for something that there have to be certain meetings and there's some space, I think we should reach out to our neighbors. And I know back then the town was not charged, like we just had to, the certificate of insurance type thing. But we did use other facilities, so it's just a thought.
That made me think of something under discussion. Thank you, Selectman Goulart. Do we think we should add to that motion that their services here will follow regular hours for Old Town Hall?
We should.
Didn't you already vote?
We didn't
Oh,
vote on
you
that.
didn't
We're
vote.
under
We didn't vote.
discussion.
You're right, we did not.
I think we should, yes.
On the amendment,
Sure.
Wednesdays we close at 5:30.
Mhm.
I would prefer or 4:30 all through the week,
Mhm.
because the cleaning crew does come in sometimes, and I would hate that we have, because of that extra hour, they come in on Wednesday nights. If it just could be the same time all week, I think that would be good.
What's their starting time?
I don't, they're kind of all over the place at the
Yeah,
end of the day.
yeah.
So my intent was to take these sentiments that you're sharing and tell the library director, you have to fit the services and the appointments within these timeframes, and that's it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then I think that solves our concern, because everybody would theoretically be leaving around the same time.
So you should start at 8 or 8:30?
We're here at 7:30 every day,
So
so
we should do it 8 though.
I would say 8 to 4, that way
that would be
clean up,
good.
they're done.
That would be great, thank you.
So I so move, you want a motion on that, or?
This is just the amendment, sure.
Yeah, I'll
For
make an
that.
amendment to that motion that the hours for the library to utilize the building here be 8 to 4, and
Second.
Monday through Thursday.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. And any more discussion under the original motion, which is now amended? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. So, sorry, Council on Aging. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that? My apologies. Mrs. Souza? No? Okay. Mr. Ferry?
Not this time.
Okay. Mr. Commissioner, thank you for being patient. We are a little late, but we would, you have a report regarding 236 Forest Street, and we, just to recap, there was an email from a resident regarding a house, and so that was
So, Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'll give you a duration, so don't worry about it, okay? So, yes, 236 Forest Street, I did speak briefly about it. I sent an email over to the town administrator. We have since, being the Board of Health and I, have since visited the site again. I will agree that the building is unsightly. It's in disrepair. The porches are completely deteriorated. The property is completely overgrown. However, this building was constructed with what's called transite siding, which is asbestos siding. So the weather has stayed outside of the building. That's why the building has not foregone to the weather the way others do, and therefore doesn't raise to the level where I would engage the demo survey team to move forward with demolition. So the porch obviously does not have the benefit of having asbestos siding on it. That's why it's rotted and deteriorated, but the structure itself maintains its structural integrity and is intact. So it's not a candidate that I could go after from a building perspective. There are some health-related things that could be gone after, such as the overgrown brush, harborage for rodents, et cetera, et cetera. The problem with that is if we have them cut the vegetation down, the building is now going to be more prominent than it is currently being hidden by the vegetation. I could cite the property owners to remove the decks only, but that would be the extent of the enforcement action that I could take with respect to demolishing the building.
Does anyone have any? Sure.
How is the roof? Is it, there's no water getting into the building?
The windows are all intact, the roof is intact. The porch roof is gone. There's holes and, it's in very poor condition. So I can see at first glance, anyone in the neighborhood would see that and would say, of course, the building needs to be demolished, but it's not the case. So I would have no problem. I talked with the Board of Health if we want to move forward with the cutting of the vegetation and the notification of the decks. But I think I would be hard pressed to force that upon them without doing a full survey of the building. So I'm going to try to use diplomatic process and see if they'll willingly take the decks down and cut the grass. But I won't be moving forward with demolition.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we were told that the taxes are being paid on the property, there's no arrears. Do we have any idea what the owner wants to do with the property eventually?
This house sits at the entrance of the proposed subdivision for Forest Street.
Oh, okay.
So this would be where the road is that enters that subdivision. So I don't want to speculate, but my guess is that building will come down until the subdivision is approved and the road goes in. Believe me, everyone knows in this town that if the building warranted demolition, then I would move forward with it. It just simply doesn't raise to that level. So I'm sorry, neighbors, I know that's not what you want to hear, but unfortunately, that's the case.
Any questions?
What is the age of the building? Do you
I believe that building was built in the 30s, probably when the mill was in full gear, and the Mount Hope Village was expanding. That was built around the 30s. And as you know, transite siding was expensive to get rid of.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that. We probably should have waited until you, I thought you were going to be at the last meeting, so I apologize. But we read the letter and I appreciate you responding tonight, Mr. Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Now, our favorite time is public input.
I have some questions
Sure,
back here.
sure. I'm a minister.
Mr. Rosa, can you hear me? Oh, I don't even know. Okay, so his first question, hopefully he's there. Oh, there we go. Mr. Rosa, are you there? Okay, good. Here we go.
Hi, Mr. Rosa.
Can you hear us? Thank you for.
I can hear you and all.
Okay, good. The first question for the room, the business guide being prepared for those considering, the business guide being prepared for those considering Dayton for their business location. Has it been compared with similar documents prepared by other towns?
Yes.
I can answer that.
We used Mansfield.
We used three.
Yeah,
We
Mansfield.
used West Bridgewater, Mansfield, and Rehoboth. I think Mansfield was the most helpful,
Yeah.
I would say. And then for formatting, and they gave a lot of ideas about like the flow charts and what exactly to include. Do you have any backup questions on that topic? I see your other questions, but they don't relate to this. So.
I understand, thank you. I was going through and I noticed a couple of items. I'll probably capture those in writing and submit them to you at a later date.
Okay,
Sure.
great.
Or Mr. Rosa, can he hear me?
He says he can.
Okay, Mr. Rosa, you can always ask the specific questions when we get to the business guide on the agenda tonight, too.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He said that if you have any more questions, the specific questions, when we get to the item on the business guide, which is just shortly after this, you can ask those questions then too. You don't need to wait to submit them in writing. So it's coming up on the agenda.
Well, thank you for that. I didn't really understand the format
That's fine.
That's fine. We're trying this out for the first time, so thank you for bearing with us. Okay, the next question was regarding the workplace violence policies. Do you want to wait, Mr. Chairman, until we get to that item?
I would prefer the public input be about things that may not be on the agenda, because I'm going to let anyone that has a question when we get there speak to it.
So we're gonna hold that until we get to the old business portion of the agenda, and it's the first item under old business. So I'll make a note to kind of hand this over to you. And
Well, you can return back to this question, right? You can.
exactly, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what we're planning on doing. And in the parking lot to the left of Town Hall, at the farthest parking spot, where the same car is frequently parked, there appears to be a residue of fluids from the car leaking on the new parking lot. This could cause harm to the spot. Could the person who owns this car please make the repairs and take other measures?
I feel like that's the inspection vehicle, don't you?
In this parking lot?
The left of Town Hall.
So as you face Town Hall from the street,
Can you ask me what color the car
to
is?
the building.
Okay, yep.
I
All right, I'll look at that the next time I go over to Town Hall, but it's not a repeat car all the time. Mr. Rosa, I will chat with you about that, so I can know. Okay, thanks for bringing that up. Those are all the questions we have.
Okay, and then we'll get back to his
Workplace
question when we get to
violence
that
and
policy.
business guys, yeah.
Okie dokie. Selectman Pacheco, would you like to read the announcements and
Sure.
also the excuse me.
Public
Sorry,
input.
Selectman Goulart? Oh, yes.
The 2000 town report is out. I want to commend Mrs. Karen Brady,
Yes.
who has taken this on.
Thank you, Karen.
Look how high quality the photo is.
It's beautiful. The picture that's on the cover was taken by Ms. Mark Phillips, who was a Dayton resident and now lives in New Hampshire. But these books are available at Town Hall. I've got a supply in my car, so if you see me, just say Penny Town Reports. What is very significant about this picture is that this looks like the arches under the Berkeley-Dayton Bridge have been lit. They're lit, but that's natural lighting. This gentleman was here before sunrise because that is the sunlight just coming over the horizon and going through the arches under the bridge. So this is not like the bridge in Boston where they do light the arches. This is all natural light. And you can just see tinges of gold, which is sunlight, on the base of the lamppost. So, as I said, he had to be here long before the chickens woke up. The other thing I will mention about this town report is, several people have said to me, where is the school department? I contacted Tom O'Connor, the chairman of the TR School Committee, and brought to his attention the fact that the Dayton Hills Regional School District did not file a report this year. He got in touch with the superintendent, and this morning Mrs. Brady got a phone call, and the report will be forthcoming. It will have to be printed as an addendum, and we will insert it into the existing copies. But I'm glad to report we are going to get one, because if there hadn't been one filed, it's a violation of state law. And also, it would have been the first time in history that we did not have a report from our school department. And had we not had a report from Bristol Plymouth, there would have been absolutely nothing in here about education. So it's coming, folks, and we will have it available once it does come in. And I'll just add one other thing. I gave a copy of this report to Mrs. Adele Sands, the superintendent director at Bristol Aggie, and requested that next year Aggie start submitting school reports to the town. And she said she would be more than happy to do that. Obviously, she will be doing it for all county communities. And we will be getting updates on what's happening at the school. And eventually, we will be getting other information because we will have capital payments to pay for the new construction. So again, Mrs. Brady, thank you for an exceptional under duress.
So
Selectman
yeah, we do it
Pacheco?
every year.
Would you read the announcements
Sure.
and also the vacancies
Sure.
on the various boards and committees? Thank you, sir.
There's going to be a rabies vaccination day scheduled this Saturday, June 27th at 2 p.m. I believe it's till 3 p.m. It's like a food bank distribution will be held in the town hall lower level as a drive. And we have numerous vacancies for different committees and boards that have in town. The ADA Commission is seeking 2 members, is that actually
There's
more than
3.
2?
There's 3. Are you non-voting?
I'm non-voting.
So maybe there's 3 members then. Vacancies.
Yes.
2 members are non-voting and 3 vacancies.
So the ADA Commission is seeking members, the Bylaw Review Committee is seeking 2 members, the Cable Television Committee is seeking 2 members, the Cemetery Commission is seeking 1 member, Community Preservation Commission, 2 at-large members, Development Industrial Committee is seeking a member, Dayton Trails Committee is seeking a member, Finance Committee is seeking 3 members, Historical Commission is seeking 1 member, the Industrial and Development Financing Authority is seeking a member, as well as the Land Use Committee. Open Space Committee is seeking a member. Superintendent of Pest Control is seeking a member. Taxation Aid Committee is seeking a member. The TIF Review Board is seeking 2 members. And the Zoning Board of Appeals is seeking 1 member. So if anybody's interested in volunteering for these boards, there is a volunteer sheet on our website, and you can apply for it and report it to the board's attention.
And could we get the webpage updated to reflect what we can have Mrs. Cook?
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information. I contacted the chairman of the DR committee as a resident of the town of Dayton, not as a member of this board, because we had not had a chance to discuss this. So I was not acting on behalf of the board and made that clear. The other thing I want to comment on is we just heard that there are vacancies on the finance committee. If anyone is looking to serve the town of Dayton in a capacity, one of the best places to start is the finance committee. It leads to school committee, it leads to board of selectmen, it is such a, I'll call it educational committee. You really get involved with the business of the financial business and how the town is run. So, and you'll have the opportunity to attend training sessions that are provided by MMA and the Association of Town Finance Committees through MMA. So I'm just putting a plug for Finance Committee members.
Madam Administrator, Town Administrator's report?
Sure. Due to an oversight on my part, I did not post our meeting for the pandemic task force, so we didn't have a group discussion. But basically what's going on is we were discussing, not in a meeting, but separately, the lower level of town hall and what to do about the computers, which you've all just finalized for us. We've started appointments only. If members of the public don't know this, if you need to come to town hall or Old Town Hall or do any business with the town, regardless of the department, we just ask that you call that department, you make an appointment, and we'll handle whatever the issue is. So far, I think it's working great. I had an appointment for the first time, so that was nice. And I know that the treasurer has been quite busy with some appointments, so that's off and running and off to a good start. So really, unless you have something else to add, Mr. Commissioner. The next one is about the DES-DMS reconstruction of the parking lot. And sort of by happy accident, we might have a grant opportunity to fund this. I have some questions out there to verify, but we've been working with an engineer. The preliminary plan has been filed. The proposal to continue has been provided to Mr. Aguiar. It is a bit of a hefty sum because it involves so much change, but I think we can get creative with the various initiatives we have going on, like ADA compliance, because the sidewalks are in a state of disrepair. And then also this new COVID-related shared streets and spaces program. And it fit this project. I couldn't believe my eyes. I sent over and I said, I think what I'm reading is that this fits. Any ways that towns can provide shared spaces for sidewalks, increasing pedestrian activity, increasing bicycles, use of bicycles, and one of the caveats is improving drop-off and pickup for parents was a goal listed on this program. So I have an email out to somebody involved in that to ask if it can do engineering or if the engineering needs to be all finalized. So hopefully we'll be able to go off and running on this project, get the engineering all paid for. We can go up to $300,000. So we were gonna smush together some aspects of the job. The job totally, Mr. Ferry estimates a much higher price tag than $300,000. But if we can kickstart this with some grant funds and then get going on it rather than waiting for a town meeting in the fall, if we can even hold one, that's a better situation for us. Do you have any specific questions about it? I know I just threw a lot at you, but we're going to pursue that, if that's okay.
Good. Do you have anything you wanted to add, Mr. Commissioner?
No, I wish we summed it up well. This is all fairly fresh, but we did brainstorm between Superintendent Ferry, Town Administrator, and I. We think that perhaps if engineering is allowed as part of the grant, we can pay for all of the engineering for the entire project, roll that in with some ADA compliance and sidewalk repair upgrades, and then maybe do some parking lots, some storm drainage work. So it's a great opportunity.
Right. The complete streets is scheduled for this summer, right next to it, so if we can play upon that as well, I think we have a pretty good shot. And then permanent solutions, rather than just like quick reactive things, are more, they garner more points through the program. So I'm pretty optimistic about it and thrilled that the opportunity exists. Nothing.
Okay, it's just
Just a quick
Yeah,
question
sure.
on this grant. Is that out of the $5 million that the state's talking about, or is that something separate? They have $5 million that they can give grants up to $300,000 for sidewalks and stuff like
From
that?
5,000 to 300,000,
Yes.
yeah, that's the same one. And so I actually went in there for like other ideas, and then when I saw the goals of it, and this is a problem. We need to fix it. It's going to be expensive. There's never a good time to put out that kind of money. It's not great to do it in a pandemic, but if we can create our own kind of stimulus here in Dayton, it's a pretty good project for that. And it hits a lot of your overarching goals.
And I just would want the ADA coordinator to be somewhat involved in this, because I don't have an engineer take a look at it. It's probably going to go by all the guidelines and everything else, but I just want to make sure the ADA coordinator or / the commission gets involved in this. I know it's premature right now.
It's like literally fresh today, last night and today.
The email is still traveling.
But yes, and as part of it has to comply with ADA compliance, so he would be involved regardless, or the
And
commission.
we're gonna involve the schools, right? I don't feel like
Yes.
we should have to do all of the heavy lifting on this. They have 10 school committee members, they have a central office. I'm sure we can find one person in there to give us some help, right?
I think so, and I've been working.
We would agree on that, right?
I would, and I appreciate that. Mr. Kitchen has had an open dialogue with us. I know he's met with Mr. Ferry out there on numerous occasions, so they have been. When the engineering price came back, we all knew the price tag was going to be big, but I think seeing it in black and white made everybody realize, okay, how are we going to fund this?
Yeah.
So I commend the town administrator for finding this opportunity. Hopefully it comes to fruition.
Good work.
And we finished up the DES walkway to outdoor, I didn't finish it, Ashley Fullen finished it, the DES walkway to outdoor classroom. And so that's all completed, and that's sort of this first step, I think, so it's a nice compliment.
Is that the walkway to the greenhouse? Is that-
Yes, so
Yes.
when they
I
got
saw
their
it.
They got the
budget.
grant.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
That's
Yeah, very
fabulous.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Well, this is a nice transition.
Yes,
This is
sure.
just a quick little announcement. Our ADA self-evaluation transition plan is complete. Thank you to all the department heads who assisted, the members of the public that provided the survey in the beginning. That was immensely helpful. We appreciate that. Many of us reviewed the plan before it went published to the public again. We didn't get any public feedback during our 2-week time span, but we had done a lot of work on, the department heads reviewing it, other committees reviewing it, specifically Parks and Rec, looking at it and having some comments to submit. And Katie did work on those. They came back out and reevaluated some spaces based upon what we were saying. So she is working on that final plan. We should have it by the end of this week or early next week, and we are right under the wire for our grant, and that was paid for through the Massachusetts Office of Disability. We got a $30,000 grant, and we completed this. So now the next step would be to apply for project grants and basically use this as a punch list of things to get done for eliminating barriers. So that's available. Thank you. And next is the business guide. So we've talked about this a couple of times, and this has been kind of a year in the making. To answer the previous question again, in case anybody missed it, the question was, did we consult other towns who have similar documents? We did. We used Rehoboth, Mansfield, West Bridgewater, and then our own bylaws, our own rules, and our own department heads to craft our business guide. And I would say that our stormwater section is much bigger than any of the other towns, if they even included it. So we're miles ahead there.
It's gonna get bigger.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, oh, that is another point. This is just for any future select person that might come to the board, or any future elected official or town official, appointed official. This is a living document, so it's fully expected that it will change as zoning bylaws change, as just our general bylaws or regulations change. So this is the starting point, and you know, I guess we might have like an official copy. This, I guess, would be it, but we do expect that this will change over the years.
It is posted online for anyone who wants to take a peek at it. It's meant to be an assistant to anybody looking to open a business, but I think even if you're a resident looking to see how towns work and operate through the permitting process, it's not a bad idea to take a peek at it. I did receive an email from a resident, and she had a pretty good idea, or she asked for a component of it, and I think I'm going to take her feedback and add to it, add to this document with an additional flow chart. So already we're making an edit, but here it is. It's on the business page, which I think we've created as an economic development initiative to really welcome the business community into our town, and you know, open arms. Call us if you need us. And there it is. Mr. Rosa, I don't know if he's going to. He's still
I can
here.
hear you, I'm standing by.
Okay. If you.
Hi, Mr. Rosa.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good
I
evening.
did begin to read through it, and so I was concerned, like, first of all, how many of these things have been produced before I go too far? Is there 10 copies out there, or?
There are. It's all digital.
It's all digital. We haven't printed any copies, Mr. Rosa.
Okay, so first of all, please don't get me wrong. I looked at it, I said, a lot of good work has been done here, and that's a wonderful thing. So for everyone who helped that happen, thank you. I would encourage you to have someone who's perhaps at arm's length from it, perhaps, and maybe with a business background, read through it. I will gather up some comments and submit them at a later date, but
Does he have a
I don't
business
think
background?
yours is approval of business
It's
guide.
somebody-
You can do what you want, but I would just encourage another wordsmithing review of it.
But that was an English major, not a business major. Do we need an English major or a business major, Mr. Rosa, to review this?
Well, maybe both. I get a feeling that someone is not reading this from a business person's perspective who is looking at a prospective new home. I think there's a variety of words in there that are trigger, maybe something less than the warm feeling you're trying to convey. And then there's something which is a little bit off. But, you know, as a product at this stage of the game, it's very good. So I don't want to take away from that. I'm just saying that there's some places here that maybe if someone stopped and read it and dispassionately, some things might become very obvious to them. So I'll stop there. I'll gather my thoughts in writing and submit them at another date.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate that, Mr. Rosa.
It's supposed to be helpful, so we need that sort of eye, you know, so I understand what you're saying. You can email those to me, Mr. Rosa, if you'd like.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Did we
All
have
right,
any
keep
other?
standing by, because your item's
Did you
next.
have anything?
I just want to make a comment that I was
Sure.
impressed with all the work that's been done. I know that Dr. Z, you worked on it as well as you, town administrator. I'm not sure if you worked on it, but
Oh,
I
yes.
mentioned you had some.
He and Todd.
Yeah. And I
I'm
think,
not done actually, so I'm glad to hear it's a living document. I have not been able to, I don't mean to interrupt, I have not been able to delve into it as much as I want to.
It's 40 pages.
So,
Just
yeah,
the
and I
evening.
intend to, and clearly Mrs. Goulart's worked on it also.
Yeah.
The stormwater, so.
They have
I wanna thank
stormwater,
everybody.
some
And
stormwater.
it's a living document, so it's gonna continue to.
Yep,
Can I
there they are.
have
There's
So-
Deborah Smith.
Madam Administrator.
This is the section on stormwater. These are my comments, this is the stuff on the back. So I have given a copy of this to Mr. Pilling, our health agent,
Yeah.
because I changed some definitive statements to broad statements, because I don't want anyone to say, it says in here thus and so, and therefore it's the truth. No. Whenever you need to meet with a board or somebody about a permit or rules or whatever, I'm trying to say to the person, here's the basic outline, and you need to contact.
Sure.
And we haven't used names, because obviously the names of people change, so their positions. So anyhow, for the Stormwater Committee, this has gone to Mr. Pilling. He's going to look at what I wrote. He's going to make edits according to things he thinks need to be included or changed. Once I see it back, we're going to send it out to the full committee and say, get this back to Roz ASAP, and we will get the electronic version to you,
Perfect.
so that,
And then we'll make the changes.
yes,
Great.
yes, so that's how we're
Thank
going
you.
to
That's
Stormwater.
perfect.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you, and
appreciate
thank you for going
keen-
through it. I know it's not.
I haven't read the whole thing. I've started through it, because I'm interested in everything that's in it, but the one that I've made most progress on is the actual stormwater map, the 2 pages.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Any further, does anybody else have anything on this?
I just, since we were recognizing people, ZBA, planning board also assisted.
Yes.
So we'll probably talk about this later, but it was very much a team effort on compiling all this data that really reaches all facets of government. So I love that it's in one place. I think it's a key document for literally anybody. You don't have to just be opening a business to learn something from there and to gain something from there.
You
So-
can probably learn a little bit, to your point, Madam Administrator, just about what the various boards do.
Exactly.
What
Like,
zoning
if you
does,
have
what planning does.
A new employee could start there, right there, and really understand, especially if they work for a board or commission, to figure out what their role might be. So I really do appreciate all of the different efforts that have gone, a lot of effort that have gone into it, and I'm happy that we have a document to provide people. I think it's a very useful tool, so thank you very much.
And if it helps one business or one entity, I think it will have been time well spent. Any further discussion on this?
I think this project is like getting together to do the MVP and the HMP, only we're all together in this room. And every contributor will have an opportunity to read their section and give you feedback or changes or say, everything's fine.
Absolutely.
But it's almost going to be like an orientation tool for new businesses and employees too.
Exactly.
Find out what everybody does here, and maybe some of those volunteers that want to what committees
Yeah,
do.
exactly.
That's a recruitment
That would be
tool
good.
now.
Yes, yes.
Well, it does show you why, like, the zoning board is important, why the planning board is important, what the building
Conservation.
department does, why you need a building. But just a lot of things. So I was happy to work on this with you, Madam Administrator, partly because I feel like I learned a lot, like just about what really delving into like the different bylaws and like what each committee, department, commission does. And I thought it was really rewarding. And so if anyone else reads it, I feel like they will learn a little bit. And you can't compare with the Danielle Steele novel, but I think it's compelling.
Well, it's not Tom Clancy either.
No, it's definitely that it is not.
It's more Robert's rules.
Yeah.
Let's just put it in that base.
Okay, so I will accept motions pursuant to the business guide, if there's no further discussion.
I'm not ready to make a motion to approve it. I think I would accept it in draft form, and since it's out there for public viewing, there may be some input from public. So I would make a motion that we accept it in draft form. It's still open for comment from the public or employees, department heads, and that information should be sent to the town administrator.
So the only thing is, we're always gonna have to update this, so I don't think it makes sense to wait for more updates, because we're always gonna be constantly updating.
I'm gonna put it another way then. Don't publish anything about stormwater that's in there, because it is misleading, it's incorrect. If you're going to put it out there, leave stormwater out of it. I'm
Okay.
serious. That's why I'm saying, as a word, I recognize all the work, but I am concerned that, at least on the 2 pages that I worked on, and that's not complete. Again, I'm asking Mr. Pilling to again. I don't want misinformation out there, because it would create problems.
What I will say is, we emailed this to everyone over a month ago, and then we waited for everyone to get back to us, and so what that meant was, our work was completed, and then now our work was in the hands of other folks in terms of getting it approved. So I feel like we've done our job on our end, and if folks took too long to get back to us, it came to the point where we just had to put the finished product together. So that's how that happened.
It's not a finished project, and I'm going to tell you, and I'll remind you, ever since this virus thing hit us, the Board of Health has been tied up, which means our health agent has been tied up with a lot of stuff. I personally have attended, I don't know how many hours of stormwater training, because June 30th is the deadline for our MS4. That supersedes this document.
The health agent got back to us fairly quickly, actually. So
Well,
I don't
actually-
think it's appropriate for you to speak for the health
Well, I'm
agent.
telling you, no, he's
I'm
coming back
shutting this
again.
down. So
He's
did
coming
you-
back
do you have
again.
any input?
Yes, I wanted to.
And we'll
find-
take his edits and we're happy to
Yes,
incorporate.
I do want to find out what Mrs. Goulart's concerns are about stormwater.
Absolutely.
I'm not concerned about spelling, but if there's something that's in there that you think is incorrect, I'd be interested in knowing what that is.
Do I need a stormwater management permit? This is one section. Stormwater management permit applications are required for projects that result in the disturbance of 30,000 square feet or more. The bylaw states 35,000. The Stormwater Committee may waive strict compliance of the stormwater bylaw and stormwater regulations if an action is allowed by federal, state, and local regulations, if it is in the public interest, and if it is not consistent with the purpose and intent of the stormwater bylaw or the stormwater regulations. We can't waive anything. The response is Dayton's stormwater bylaw and regulations follow federal Environmental Protection Administration, EPA, and Mass Department of Environmental Protection, DEP, regulations. No one is exempt from EPA and DEP stormwater regulations. There are definitions of stormwater. It talks about contaminants. It talks about pollution. The section that talks about how do I file a stormwater management permit application, it references the health department. It's actually the Board of Health. It talks about who you should contact for information prior to filing. It talks about requirements for a public hearing. It talks about costs and fees. It mentions a fee of $250 application fee. What it doesn't say is there is also actually a permit fee, and people should not be led to believe that $250 is what this is going to cost, because I believe the formula, and Mr. Aguiar, correct me if I'm wrong, the formula is based on square feet of disturbed property.
That's correct.
So, and the rate did change from when we started, we were at 35 cents a square foot at one time, and is the rate 45 cents
It
a
is.
square foot? And it started out talking about the solar projects, and the stormwater bylaws are not specific to solar projects. So those are some of my concerns.
So what I'm confused about is when we got the edits back from the health agent, none of that was corrected. So what we included and made the edits to what was given to us. So if that wasn't corrected by the health agent, I mean, I can't, we gave it to the experts and then this is what we
No,
got.
the full stormwater committee, those are the experts. And that's why when I marked it up, I gave it to Mr. Pilling. he's gonna look at it, and we're gonna send it out to the committee and say, does anyone have anything else to add? Because, for example, we know Concom has their own rules and that, but we also know that some of the Concom rules and regulations fit very closely with stormwater, so I don't want anyone left out.
I was just gonna say, can we accept this for review? The guide actually says on the website, at least it says, this is meant to be a guide, and like you do need to meet with the specific department and the board for your specific project. So that is in there, but it should be reiterated. It's a very key fact. But my suggestion is you accept this for review. We've worked hard on this, and I want it to be successful and usable. So I have no problem looking at feedback. I know Mr. Rose is going to send us some feedback. I'm interested to see that. His comments interest me. So if the motion can be to accept for review, and then we'll make it a living document. I also have my own edits, so now I want to put that flow chart in based upon that resident feedback. So if that could be, does that work? Because then,
Except for review, the agenda item is approval of, and I don't think we're at the final approval stage, but
and
certainly.
that's probably my fault, because I did think that all of the,
Certainly, except for review, indicates that it's going to be, people can submit feedback, department heads, or, as Mr. Aguiar said, he hadn't completed his, but anyone could submit additional information to the town administrator, and I think that's fine.
So, are you asking then that we just accept it for review, or you stay with your original amendment that we approve the draft?
Well, approve for review to me is like saying to the public, this is a draft copy, all right? So as long as it's understood to accept for review, which is what we do with our minutes, basically, okay? I will withdraw the initial motion, and I will say that we accept for review the business guide as presented, which is what the town administrator is saying.
I will second that motion.
For the amendment?
Oh, there's no amendment.
No, there's no amendment. I withdrew the original.
The original motion was never seconded, so this is the motion.
Okay.
So I do want it to be accurate, so I do understand what Mrs. Goulart is saying, but I also understand that this is a living document, and I don't feel it needs to come back to us every time we make little changes on it, but hopefully maybe at the July 8th meeting, Mrs. Goulart, you think we'll have a response on the stormwater?
Oh, definitely. We've got,
Just 2 weeks.
I don't think, we're not going to wait for a stormwater committee meeting to do this. As soon as Mr. Filling looks at what I wrote and adds anything he wants or changes, we're going to send it out in draft form to the committee, to take it back to Roz as soon as possible, and then we can forward it to the town administrator. So yes, it shouldn't take that long.
Any further discussion?
Just that this is not any criticism at all.
No,
All
we
hard work
understand.
that's been put into this document. I just feel, as Mrs. Goulart feels, that we should be as accurate as possible with this, and on July 8th, I'll be prepared to approve it
Right.
as our document, and then understand that there's going to be changes on it, that we don't necessarily have to vote on every time it's a change.
And I would just add, one of the things that the Stormwater Committee is working on, and and the zoning board, is a large proposed development. And one of the issues is everything related to stormwater. So I don't want anything out there that an attorney can say, hey, wait a minute, that's not what, you know.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. Okay. Madam Administrator, before we move on to old business, did you have anything else?
on that, no.
On anything? Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Moving on to old business, we have the second. Rosa had public input on this, and we don't really actually read it, so I did want to know what that public input was.
Can I just state, Mr. Rosa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you mind if I make one very brief comment for the board? Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. I just want to let you know that I did reach out to the policy review board about these two policies and specifically highlighted the changes that you suggested at your meeting last time, and I did not hear back from them. So I have this on the agenda so we don't lose any time because our policy manual was these, but until I hear back from them that they're good, you won't see it on the third reading. So it's just in limbo with them, and tonight you'll see you have a new member on that committee. Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosa, you're on.
I'm not completely familiar with it, so I'll confess that right up front. But I did listen to a little bit of the reading of it in previous meetings. And one thing that came to mind, reaching back into my somewhat antiquated military history, it's been a long-standing policy that when a soldier, member of the military, wakes up for the first 60 seconds, they're not responsible for what they say. And there's a very good reason for that. They may utter something that they would never say if they were fully conscious. Now, so in looking at this, I sort of have those words rattling around in the back of my head. Is one, if somebody is caught a little bit by surprise and they utter something that they didn't really mean to, it's more from being surprised or shocked by something that happened. And I'm not sure that the policy sort of allows for that moment when they're caught off guard, so to speak. And the other thing that concerned me, these are sort of like general comments, and they're not specific. And then the other one is that, well, where does this policy start and stop? Does it start at the front hall, and does it stop at the front door of town hall? In other words, when you walk inside there, this is where this policy becomes active. For instance, if you were out in the parking lot and somebody said something to you you didn't like, would that be workplace violence? He said the scope of what it encompasses was a little bit concerning to me. So I'll step aside now and you go ahead. But those were sort of like guidelines that I was using when I was listening to it.
Sure, yeah, thank you. Ms. Rose, I'll answer that second question first. So the town of Dayton's workplace varies. It can be a vehicle, it can be an ambulance, it can be a street. Wherever town of Dayton work is being conducted, that is the town of Dayton workplace. And in other policies that we've previously passed, we established some steadfast and strict standards of professionalism and professional conduct where we don't really tolerate offensive conduct, or in this case, violent acts against employees or otherwise. If somebody, is startled and, by surprise sort of jumps and says maybe an expletive, I highly doubt the policy's going to come crashing down on them. That's a pretty reasonable reason to have said something like that. Like if you almost run into somebody. If somebody commits an act and aggressively throws somebody around on town hall property or within the town of Dayton workplace, certainly this policy would come into play. An investigation as outlined in the policy would ensue. Did I answer your question?
Well, I'm not the board, I've already got it, you can do what you please, but my concern was that the scope of it might invite a variety of circumstances that you didn't really intend. I don't know if you're sort of, really where you're turning loose here. I understand the respect in the workplace and all that, and I'm sure in the building, everyday activities can sometimes test people's patience. I understand that, but I probably want to guard against such a broad thing that it's not defendable to explore this in terms of where it applies and how it applies. But again, you have legal counsel for these matters, and it's just an observation from me. Good luck putting it together. I didn't want to interfere in that.
No,
That's good, we appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, Mr. Rosa, I just want to be clear. We appreciate all the feedback, regardless of whether we agree. That doesn't matter. I just appreciate the fact that that you took a look at the document and analyzed it, and then you had input and questions. So I appreciate that.
That's exactly why it's here for 3 times, so that there's, enough. 3 times is what for us, it's 6 weeks. So there's a lot of input. And then behind the scenes, the policy review board is made up of union in the town. So they also get a look at it and provide their comments. So it's gone over extensive review. But again, the public, as to your point earlier about having an eye away from it and not so close to it, that's always appreciated and is helpful. So no, I don't mean to convey that we don't value the feedback. We certainly do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to mute now and good luck with the rest of your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosa.
Thanks for joining us here.
Does anyone else have any input, or colleagues, did you have any more suggestions on it?
So do they have, you said the policy committee has copies of this and you're waiting to hear from them. Now, do they meet formally?
We
or-
do meet formally,
Okay.
yes. We actually use this room now because we like to spread out. There's quite a few of us. And we have a change, you'll see later in your agenda, there's a change on membership from one of the unions. So we're going to let him get up to speed. And I sent him over the documents. I hope I didn't overwhelm him. There was a few, but there's 3 policies sort of waiting in the wings. These are 2 of them. But we want to get that policy manual up and running.
That will also be a living
document. I knew you said that.
Okay.
So why, excuse me.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman,
sure.
So why next meeting we'll have an answer from the policy committee?
Yes, absolutely.
Not more
I've
changes.
heard from a couple of them that they don't have, there were not major changes, but I just don't feel right about changing something and not running it by them, so I always do.
Anything else under this? Okay. Before we move on, I just wanted to say to you, Selectman Goulart, I apologize for my intemperance during the discussion of the business guide. Certainly, I appreciate the fact that you took the time to go through it, and we will absolutely take your edit. So I just wanted to apologize.
Thank you. Apologies
Absolutely.
accepted. As I think everybody who knows me and has worked with me length of time, I have a tendency to, let's say, edit things. But
That's pretty
there's a difference between editing and editing. So I'll just, this one's up, editing.
It is,
Okay.
and we appreciate it. So I didn't want you to think that I didn't care about your
No,
input, because I
no.
sent it to you for that reason. So,
Thank you.
Yep. Discussion of vacation carryover requests. So do we have some changes?
We have one
And
change.
oh, is
Yes.
this is the new paper?
The new one,
Okay.
yes. So,
Have
the
a good night,
last
Mrs.
vote,
Souza.
thanks, Mrs. Souza. The last vote you took had, basically, this is accurate and finalized up to that point. And so
Yeah.
now we are, this is the one from Chris Laviolette?
There were 4 papers. If not, you can look. I'm sorry. Continue.
No, that's, I just wanted to make sure that this was from Chris Laviolette.
We'll share this. We'll share this.
All right.
I'm sorry.
No, Mrs. Brady, this was from Chris Laviolette,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah, she gave
But I
that.
gave-
Yeah.
I gave them updated copies.
So anything that is good to verify by the town accountant. And you see the big deal here that I want you to notice is under 50,000, so, again, way under that original earmark. We, Chris Laviolette and I, the town accountant, he and I discussed very briefly on his way out about getting together tomorrow and identifying the accounts that would pay for this. Requirements that did not happen in our budgeting last year. So there are 3
Yep.
that would have some funding left over in this.
Devastating things to happen.
So I just wanted to let you know. You want me to say it over?
No, so I guess my question is, and I apologize. When you said we were anticipating 3 retirements, they didn't end up happening, how does that impact us fiscally in terms of what we had projected for?
It means that you budgeted a certain amount of money that's not being expended, and it will be.
By that
tax is one of them?
Specifically,
Right.
that's what this is.
Right.
So we want to go to the accounts that are already appropriated for that use, instead of having to do some major alterations. There were two in one department and one funded in another, and that they're not, we're almost to June 30th, and they're still with us, so we can take care of them.
So did you have anything else?
Just, we're here requesting that you approve this, so that the hours would be paid back for those that requested that, and the hours would be carried over for those that requested carryover. Most people are a carryover or a hybrid. Obviously, the pandemic really disallowed a lot of vacation use just for a variety of purposes, so we do have quite a few hours on the books, but I think those that are willing to carry over, because it helps us financially.
I did want to, if you're finished, Madam
I'm sorry.
Administrator, I'm going to open this up for my colleagues. Selectman Pacheco, did you have any questions or comments? Selectman Goulart?
Yeah, so the first column, these are the people that are going to get paid off. They're not carrying anything over.
Most people are doing both.
No, I'm just looking at the first
Oh,
column.
I'm sorry.
All
Yes,
right,
those
so-
are the buyouts.
So those are buyouts. The next one, those are carried over,
Yes.
and the value of the carryover, all of those total 48,000?
No, the buyout, so that third column that has the total at the bottom, that is your financial liability for this.
After
Matter.
the vote last?
Yep,
meeting?
it's collective,
Okay.
it's collective.
Sorry, I didn't mean
And then we do have some notes on some,
Okay, so the ones that have discrepancies, right now the number is in there, but that's possible that number will change. It could be less.
right, and not all of them are asking for buyout. For those, not all of those discrepancies are asking for buyout. That's more of like a record keeping on the back end of things, that we make sure we're carrying over the specific amount. And if something comes up and somebody wants to use a day before June 30th, they're totally allowed to do that.
So the $48,669, that's the number we will encumber against the FY20 budget.
Yeah.
The remaining.
So there's some that are discrepancies, so I guess I would ask for like an upper limit of $52,000, just to be safe, but it's looking like 48. And then, that's to take care of these various discrepancies.
Can I make a request?
Yes.
So we understand discrepancies happen. Someone will go back through the timesheets and they'll figure it out. And what I would like is, I'm personally okay with, because I want to complete this, and quite frankly, we need to tonight before the end of the fiscal year. But I would like a more accurate figure once those discrepancies are resolved.
Like at a meeting
figure
or
out.
just email?
Yeah, I don't know if we need to discuss this again, but I think we should at least have the information for our records. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, we may have to have a special meeting before the July meeting. What's the date of the July meeting?
July.
All right, July 8th is when we're going to wrap up FY20.
We will, yes, because everything is closing out on the 15th.
Right, and so we will wrap up fiscal year 20 on July 8th, because the Finance Committee also has to meet to do what they have to do. And that will give the town accountant the time needed to close everything out by the 15th. So I agree with what you're saying, and we should have let's call it the final update at our meeting on July the 8th. So by then, any discrepancies in pay,
Would be-
we would have that, and if it's less money, that's fine, and if we need a little bit more money, we can act on it then.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Can I make another request too? On that sheet or whatever, when you give us the number at the next meeting, can we have the two numbers? So the final number, meaning what we act on tonight, plus what was acted on at the last meeting. Because tonight is
Oh,
only
so
just a part of it.
Right, and I just want to be clear that last meeting's vote is not in addition to this. This is your total upper limit, or your total amount.
Okay,
It's not in addition.
then you've answered my question.
This is an adjusted amount.
Perfect.
Right, with a handful of
Gotcha.
We've got it flagged a couple
Mhm.
times. Mrs. Goulart, I'm sorry, did you say to do that at the next meeting on July 8th or to have a special meeting?
Well, no, not that, July 8th is fine. I was concerned about, I was trying to remember when the date was, because I was concerned that we've got that closing, and I wanted to make sure everybody, FinCom and everybody gets a chance to do what they have to do.
So are you okay with voting on an upper limit, but you also want that
Yes.
precise figure at the very end? Okay. Any further discussion on this, anyone?
So would you like a motion?
Sure, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we encumber $52,000 in the FY20 budget to pay for vacation time carried over into FY21.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I think it's great. We started out at 180,000, people have used time, people getting paid, and it's good to see this number.
Anything else? Comments? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. So good work on that. I know that was, when we first started that discussion, it was a little bit, thinking about the numbers was a little bit horrifying, but it turned out, I don't know what other word, I was looking for a better word, but it turns out,
Pretty spot on.
it turned out to be a little bit better than what we, at least I had personally anticipated when we started that discussion. So good work on everyone. And thank you to our employees as well. Discussion of discretionary spending requests. We had, as you know, we had a spending freeze, but we did want to ask department heads what, I guess, non-emergency spending requests they might have before the fiscal year ends. And so, Madam Administrator, that being said, did you want to
Yes.
describe what we received?
So some of these are, oops, this happened and we need to fix it, but we're holding on to room spending freeze. Others are, we had these projects in the works and we didn't do them because the pandemic happened and the spending freeze happened. And then the bottom two are a little bit more involved. The Council on Aging, well, it's not really the Council on Aging's request, it's my request. It was about cleaning the primetime building. And my suggestion is to call back the janitor who was on staff. We had laid him off, and this would be the amount of money that would expend. The other high price tag item that needs discussion tonight is the town hall HVAC system, which has gone kaput. Finally, is on its last legs for a little while. They broke. They're done. So we did get, well, I didn't. Mr. Commissioner did get an estimate. It's about $20,000. I think I'm off. Is it 22? Oh, it's 20 even. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So $20,000. I did reach out to Green Communities folks and asked if we could amend our scope. We're still gathering some information on that to see if that can be a palpable solution. But in the meantime, we need to do something because it's hot and we have fans right now, but I want to get the authorization to go ahead and fix this if Green Communities isn't going to pan out.
Meaning, so just to be clear for everyone, so we got a rebate for the charging station, so we actually didn't really use any grant funds. I know that sounds crazy, but yeah, it paid for itself essentially, and so that we have extra money for it, and what we're looking into is whether or not Mass DOER will look upon this project favorably in terms of the return on investment for a new HVAC system. So fingers crossed on that we can use grant funds for that. I'm personally okay with it. You got us our estimate, which I appreciate. It's actually less than what I thought it was going to be. Not that I have any expertise in this field, but I was happy to see that. And I know we have the funds in that grant for this. So hopefully they will let us know.
Tonight, so that we don't have to wait for another meeting, tonight, would you consider, if you don't have to decide this now, but consider allowing us to go forward with this expenditure in the event that Green Communities doesn't work out, because time really is of the essence. And what I mean by that
Sure.
is the efficiency of what we're doing doesn't yield they have a threshold for the payoff amount,
Correct.
so in the event that that doesn't get approved,
Yeah.
I don't want that to stall our actual need to fix this system.
I want to hear from my colleagues, of course. We all should answer that question. My personal opinion is it needs to get fixed no matter what, whether it's the grant or not. But my one question would be, are we gonna, if Mass DOER says, yes, you can use the grant monies for this, then we'll use the grant monies for it, fine. Are we not allowed to start the replacement or repair process before we figure that out and the grant can
Correct.
reimburse?
Correct, we have to amend our scope first. I got a verbal, yes, but get me all this information.
Did you know where I was going with that? Because
We
I
can't-
get the complaints and I know it's hot in there. I was in there today and so with the mask on, even on the Board of Selectmen side, I was a little hot in the office, so. Yes, Mr. Commissioner.
I'd like to give you a little more
Sure,
information,
yeah,
just so you
absolutely.
can make a decision
Mhm.
well informed. First, this is one of 4 units. All of the units are about the same age. They're all in excess of 20 years old. So this is just one of 4 units. I believe that the others will come in the short term, I think less than 3 years, which is why we looked at replacing all of them once already, because we knew this was coming. The other thing is this particular unit happens to service the most occupied offices, every one of them. So it's having the biggest impact on the employees. Lastly, even if you gave me the go-ahead today, it would be 2 weeks before we even saw a technician to that building. That's the lead time for getting equipment in and getting it into their schedule. So I think a decision needs to be made. I understand that you have to come up with a funding source. I'm fully understanding of all of that. But I do think it's important to the interior environment of the town hall and especially, the employees.
Yeah.
I do want you to be conscious though that I think we'll be discussing replacing other units in the short term, probably 1 to 3 year range. So it's going to happen. The other thing is,
Mr. Commissioner?
sorry.
No, it's okay, no, don't apologize. I did want to ask you a question about that, because I feel like maybe I didn't understand. Is the $20,000 is to just replace that one unit or all the units?
1 unit.
And then we would be back here in, I don't know, 2-3 years in the same spot with like a non-functioning unit and one part of the building is hot and then,
Right.
Unless you don't use the grant for this one, we fix it on our own, and then apply once our designation projects are finished, which they're gonna be finished by October, apply for that.
I don't
Green.
see it that way.
Um,
I'm sorry, the reason I don't see
I
it
know
that
I spent tax
No,
dollars.
the reason I don't see it that way is because we can still use the grant money to fix this one and then get the other grant, because now a team has been assembled to finish the other 3 projects. Once those are done, now we can do another grant and we can fix the other 3. Hopefully they'll stay
Well,
intact.
that's, I'm saying the same thing, but I don't wanna get kicked out because we've already done the boiler. That's
yeah.
what I'm saying.
Well-
So
well,
I have
if-
some questions to ask
If
her.
we have a good enough project, we can incorporate that into it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. I think we can finesse that, but we have this immediate thing. And I only say this, I'm not pandering, but I've gotten calls about people being hot. I know people have gone home from it being hot, and then I was hot in there today. And I'm usually always cold actually, so I know it was a little bit warm in there, so. And it's nobody's fault. That's not, it just, things break, and we need to figure out what to do. Mr.
So we have 2 proposals here, are they 2 separate proposals for 2 separate things?
So what I did, because we discussed the using grant funding, is I know there was a concern last time we tried to do this with the efficiency and the payback ratio under green communities. So I had a second proposal using heat pump setups, which is similar to this, although not exactly the same technology, but there wouldn't be individual head units in the offices. They would reuse the ductwork that's in the building.
Okay.
That, to my surprise, came in slightly lower than the other estimates, 17,500. What I don't know is whether or not the efficiency rating on the heat pump will be enough to get DOER to agree to the project. But I wanted it as an option on the table and to say we left no stone unturned. I can tell you right now, and Karen and I have talked about it, these units are super efficient. The electric bill here is unbelievably low.
It has to be lower
Yeah,
in town.
right.
Like I would be surprised.
Yeah, I think in our peak last year in summertime, the bill here was $300.
But this
So-
air feels, it just feels like it's working better here.
It does.
I know we have one unit not working, so it's a
Right.
bad judge, but.
Yeah, these are great units. The heat pump, air conditioning units work very well. The problem, and there's always a problem, is these are expensive to heat. The heating portion of these are less efficient than a gas furnace. So I don't know what the balance is going to be between the two. So I know that we need to get this done, but if we are going to use grant funding, I think there's going to be a little bit of computation on our part to see if we can make the numbers work to fit into the efficiency standards that DOER requires. In the meantime, we have a warm building, which is an issue. I brought fans in personally from home today to try and help alleviate that, so everybody's doing their part.
But can I ask you a question about, and I'm sure you probably don't know the answer, so I was actually surprised when I looked at the list, because what I was expecting to see on this list were like little portable air units. I don't even know how to, like there's not even a fan on this list, so I don't understand.
Oh, on this list.
Yeah, I'm sorry, on the discretionary spending request list. So what I'm confused about is why people are hot in the building but don't want or seemingly don't care about having an intermediate solution until we get the big problem addressed.
I never get approached for an intermediate solution.
I definitely have. I mean, I definitely had conversations. I asked some people, I said, if you really need it, because I believe people need it, because nobody wants to work in the heat, and they shouldn't have to. So I was just a little surprised that it wasn't on here, that's all. Because now I feel like it puts pressure on us, because now we're trying to figure out where the money's gonna come from. We know we need to replace it, but this takes time but purchasing a little portable air unit we could do it would be done in a day. They would have them in the office, so I just was a little
it's a great
surprised
point.
about that.
It's a great point. And on the flip side, I don't want to rush this either. I mean, I get the fact that no one asked for this thing to stop working, but if the option is available to use the Green Communities funding, this is a perfect example of trying to use it. So I don't want to rush it through. That's why I tried to get two different technicians here to get their input. So maybe that is a temporary solution, because we are planning on opening next week, as far as I know. So yeah, maybe that is a great recommendation that will kick the can down enough for us to do our diligence.
Yes, it's just going to take, you know how you more than anybody know how things are when you go through the state, and you know too, because you were pivotal in getting the application submitted. Everything is a process, like everything requires a lengthy contract, and then there's like a volleyball back and forth.
Right.
And I just am concerned that when it gets hot, and it's probably going to get hot. It's only going to get hotter this summer. Well, and it's only going to get hotter as the time goes on. We need to have a temporary solution, and if we don't, I feel like that sends the message to people like this is going to be done by next week. It's not going to be done by next week.
No.
And we don't want work that's going to be done on a project like this in a week, because it would probably break down again.
If you approve this tonight with the lead time in this quotes, I don't think you'll have air conditioning for 3 weeks, maybe 3.5 weeks. So I think your recommendation is viable. I think that the board ought to seriously consider it, especially if we're looking into DOER funds to try to get this paid for.
Well, how many portable units do we get now? I know.
Would
How
we
many?
say 3 to 4?
It would be 3 to 4
3 to
units.
4?
Right.
Okay. I just think we should consider that. They're going to need something. So, I'm
And-
sorry.
and one other quick
Sure.
point,
Yeah.
with 3 other units that are on their last leg, buying those portable units may be able to be used in other
It's an investment.
offices.
I literally said that to Madam Administrator today. I said, and it's only a win to have these units. When you're not using them, you put them in the closet. And when things get desperate, when something breaks, you bring them back out.
Same with
So,
like town meeting, that can get fairly hot and warm, so it's a good thing to have. They're useful. They're useful.
Selectman Pacheco?
So are they these portable units, are we set up for electrically?
Yes.
Is it 120? Is that
They're all 110, they all plug into a house current. Those are all 20 amp circuits in that building.
we have outlets at the window, wherever we're going to set them up?
They do take it, the most efficient ones take in fresh air from the outside. That will require a meeting on Tom and Mike, Mr. Barabee, to make sure that they go into the windows properly. I would obviously look at the units to see if they will adapt or fit to our use. And then their size based on the rooms, so I would make sure that their size is appropriate. Cost-wise, those units can be $600 or $700 a piece. So I wouldn't buy a really cheap unit, I would buy something that was gonna last. So if you look at 4 of them, quick math, $2,800, $3,000. This quote,
No, it's expensive.
we're very fiscally responsible here,
Of
so I don't
course.
want anybody to think we're not. These quotes are excellent quotes, by the way.
Mhm.
I anticipated a $25,000 quote at minimum.
I thought it was gonna be over 30, that's
So-
what I was thinking.
So these quotes are excellent. One of them's just under 20 and the other one's 17,500. So, I don't want to say, okay, I had 25 in my mind, therefore we have the extra money. But I want everybody at home to know, these are excellent prices.
I think everybody, yes, so first of all, again, we didn't want to spend this money, but we're in the situation where something broke and we need a temporary solution. These can be reused again, and I think that it's a pill that I can swallow, knowing that they can be used. Something will break inevitably again. As we know, that's what happens with things, and we'll have a temporary solution. Selectman Pacheco or Selectman Goulart? Did you have anything under this?
No, obviously I'm concerned about the expense, however, there is an immediate need it's been hot this past couple of weeks, it's going to continue to be hot, if not hotter. And I think we can, I'm not sure if it's Mr. Aguiar, but we can use them in other departments in the future, because we're going to have, it's going to be a concern for all of us in the future.
Selectman Goulart?
How much money do you need tonight? Are you recommending New England Energy?
No,
Actually, I'm not recommending either one of them. I'm recommending that you allocate enough funds to cover the more expensive one. But I'd like to work with the town administrator and DOER to see which one fits best, if we can get grant money to pay for
Okay,
it.
so you're looking for 19,000 and change plus,
Plus, I would say, I'm going to quick into the search,
Well,
but
can we say instead of a specific dollar amount, just authorization to continue with the HVAC replacement?
Well,
Well,
can I ask a different question?
I think the public is going to want to know what kind of money we're talking about. I
Yes.
don't think there's a question about the need. That's not a question. It's got to be done, because you can't work in, July is usually the hottest month going. So my question is, we already know the high of these two is 19 and change. How much additional money should we be talking about? And what I'm looking to do is to make a motion for up to X dollars to be encumbered against FY20 to take care of the short-term and long-term air conditioning, heating for the east side of that town hall
So
building.
that includes the separate units.
The air conditioner, so
Or
20,
units.
20.
All the
Okay.
money, all the money we need. And if it turns out that it's determined that this one is better and the money's not spent, we'll close out the free cash. But I think we need to set it aside.
yeah, so I just verified $725 for an LG, so I think I said
So
$700
it's
to
like
800.
29, about
2,800.
yeah, $3,000.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm thinking 23,000.
Yep,
20,000, just
Right.
give yourself a little push,
Yeah,
right?
and then
Plus.
free for the
Yeah,
hot ones.
I would agree,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, you accept the motion?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we encumber against the FY20 budget, $23,000 to be expended up to that amount to address the temporary and permanent problems with heating/air conditioning, the east side of town hall.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Commissioner, I know you have a lot to do, especially during the pandemic, but I would just ask if we could try to expedite at least the purchasing of the portable units. That's all.
We're gonna do
The
that
temporary
tomorrow.
Perfect. I wasn't expecting it that soon, but that would be appreciated.
Are these just units you get, and I know they're not window units, but like the old window units that everyone has, but you take them out of a box and plug it in and
Yes.
connect them up somehow.
Yes, their idea is to take in fresh air, those are the most effective. So I have to look at whether or not we can use existing windows to do that. But they would be instant gratification, to answer your question, yes.
And then if we get the grant, or, excuse me, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
which
we already
one
got the
is
grant.
good.
If they say, yes, you can use this and everything's fine, amend your scope, then we just don't use it.
Right, and to Selectman Goulart's
Yeah.
point, it will fall under.
It's a win-win.
So that,
Yeah,
that's
such a
so
good.
there's a possibility, we have 3 other furnaces that we have to replace, is that what you said? In the reasonable future?
Yes, I'm not sure if you're aware, but there was actually a quote that came before you a year
Last
and a half
year,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah, for 98,000, I think.
I don't
Just
know.
to replace
But it
all
was
4 of them.
Yeah.
Right. But that was not a project that the Green Communities was willing to back because of the payback ratio. So, and the reason that was before you wasn't because I picked those just to replace them, they need to be replaced. So the answer to your question is, yes, there are 3 others that will come before you. I'm not going to preemptively replace them, I'm going to wait for them to go. And thanks to Selectmen Zografos' recommendation, we will now have a backup plan in place when that happens.
Are some of them older than 20 years?
The oldest one is 23 years old. The only one that's youngest is the one that services across the smallest area that no one occupies, which is Walt.
Well, still important to be air conditioned.
Okay, this is fabulous, so, I know it probably wasn't easy for you guys to bring this to us, but what I will tell you is, the folks who have been in the heat, the employees really appreciate this, and they appreciate that we took it seriously, so, I just wanted to thank everyone, not just you, Mr. Commissioner, but definitely you as well. Okay, any further discussion on this?
This is just the HVAC part, right? Okay.
Well, I think, no, it's for everything. Yes, the HVAC and the.
Right, but not the rest of the
Yep.
list.
Anything further? Hearing none? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes. How do you want to break out the request, Madam Administrator? I'm going to let you take the
Sure.
reins on this.
Can I get any feedback on the janitor thing for the Council on Aging for the building
Okay.
prime time? Are we into the idea of hiring somebody back who we had previously laid off based upon
Are people using the building right
Council
now?
on Aging? They're in there.
Oh, Council on Aging,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm okay with it.
What are we talking about? Is it going to be cleaned every day or?
So I asked his schedule. His schedule was 19 and a half hours. Now, we don't have to provide that, but he might say no, so there's that risk. But anyway, he would come in every day early in the morning and clean everything, including the kitchen. Well, the kitchen's not being used, so you shouldn't have to have that many hours. And really, it's just taking the trash out and vacuuming and, wiping down, Lysoling, shared doorknobs and things like that. So I thought it was a nice effort to give somebody a job, but you might, if you want to go to the cleaning company, we would just add that. But
Well, we
he's-
already had someone.
This is his, right, this
Yeah.
is his rate.
I'm okay. I'm sorry. You have it.
No, listen to you.
No, I'm okay with either. I just want the building clean, but if we're gonna give someone a job as well, then I'm okay with that as well. I guess that's my Selectman Goulart.
Yeah, it's gotta be paid, whatever, just.
Any means necessary. I agree.
No,
Do you have, no, I'm just being respectful. Do you have a preference? Or you
I
just
guess
want?
I would,
Yep, I'm good.
we're talking 19 and a half hours, right? So, yeah.
It wouldn't,
Yeah.
in my opinion, it wouldn't
It would be
be, so
less.
that's your upper limit. So,
Okay, so-
yeah, I know, I'm sorry with all these upper limits, but,
Yeah. No, my point was that there's no benefits, right?
correct, correct.
I guess I would prefer to have the person come back that we had before.
Madam Administrator, do you want us to do these?
By
In
law,
blocks?
I think that would
Okay.
be great.
So
Well,
I will, I'm sorry.
actually, no, I'm sorry, I retract that. Let's just go in order, and
Okay.
if you have a hold, that's fine.
So I will entertain a motion regarding Council on Aging cleaning, since we just discussed it.
I make a motion that we bring back the primetime custodian for cleaning and general work.
Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? It feels good to hire someone back. I will tell you that. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Beautiful one.
Great, so the harbor master, he does have a body camera, and part of that is to,
She's killing me.
just wants to get your steps in, that's all. The harbor master is looking for a laptop to download body camera footage. Obviously, there's some processes there. We could provide one that we're using, but they're not really up to snuff. Our machines that were laptops
Yeah.
that they're really for the intermittent use that you all use them.
And they can be even shoddy, just,
Yeah, just
so
for regular-
You know, you use the laptop from like the town-owned one.
Yes.
Yeah, they can be a little bit, I would be very
So-
surprised if it allowed
Like
video
these are
footage,
video
like
footage, so.
big videos.
Right, so he's looking for a laptop. The highest this would be around like 1,500. We found a great deal on desktops for like 350. So 1,500 is a high
Well, what is he?
bid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He didn't give me a cost.
He does want a laptop, but you just said desktop.
I'm saying that the cost of this, because he didn't provide it, it's around like 1,500 for like top of the line laptop, everything put on it and all that service. We found refurbished desktops that everybody was outfitted with for $344, and they're working just fine. So I can find a better deal than $1,500 is my point.
Can I
That's
make a
all.
suggestion?
Sure.
So, and I only know this because I just know a teensy little bit about technology. Well, we could get like a top of the line refurbished MacBook or anything on Amazon for like $700.
Yeah, it's at 1,500 is way
Yeah.
conservative.
That would be like brand new,
That's with
top of the line,
everything put
Mac,
on it.
Retina, every
Yeah.
bell and whistle. Yeah, I don't think, maybe
And
I'm wrong, but I don't
just-
think he's even asking
For
for that.
the public's benefit, these are non-COVID expenses, that's why they're here as special, just so people know why we're doing it. The next one is the highway, and if you want to speak to this.
Can we
I'm
just,
Superintendent
can we
Fred.
just go back to
Oh, I'm sorry.
the body camera? Do we have a policy as to make sure that the body camera is always in use
Yeah.
when these sounds
I developed a policy, I sent it over to Mr. Marino, he did provide information back, it went to the police chief and has stopped there. And that was a while ago, but I did write out a policy based upon Boston's use of body cameras. I ran it by, which they worked with the union with, not our union, the
Yeah.
Boston union. And then I ran it by Ron, because it's his, and he made some edits, and then we sent it over to the chief, but had not heard
Can we
anything.
get an update on that?
Sure.
Would you like an update?
Yes,
I would.
absolutely.
Because that falls under, I'm sorry, but that, just question, that would fall under, like, the police department's departmental
That's right.
procedures. I'm sorry, Selectman Goulart.
Well, that was one of my questions. When, during the budget discussion, my motion was to have the harbor master report to the town administrator and have the animal control officer go back to the Board of Health. So, since that's how the funding was in effect approved, so is it possible for the harbor master, who reports to the town administrator now, to actually be able to do this under your authority?
No, we never voted
So
on it.
no, he's not under me officially, or at all, he's still under the police.
But that was part of the proposal at budget time, when we unfunded, when the FinCom unfunded both of those positions and made another adjustment in the chief's salary. And it was that the animal control would return to the Board of Health and the harbor master would report to you. So
Are you saying that the finance committee voted that, or this board voted
I'm
that?
saying when, at the meeting we had, the joint meeting with the FinCom,
Right. At
okay,
that, for that budget.
and I brought that up specifically, they voted to unfund those two positions, right? Unfund the payment to the police chief for oversight of those two positions because there had never been money attached to it, and he really doesn't oversee them, he doesn't even prepare the budget. All I'm saying to you is if there were concern on the part of the police department about body cameras, if Mr. Marino is reporting to you, could he have the body camera and under your authority, that he would be reporting to you? That's what my question is.
So, yes, if he were, I'm sorry, I was unaware he was supposed to be reporting to me.
No.
I didn't know.
Can I-
We discussed it.
Thank you. So, you're exactly right. So I know why you think this, because it happened in a discussion, but the discussion, my understanding was that discussion was specifically to the financing, but it didn't change, he's just not getting the chief is just no longer getting a stipend for it, but it didn't change the organization. And I thought we were gonna have I thought we tacitly agreed to having this conversation at a later date.
I think it's worth discussing. I think, I don't know if anyone can answer this. I guess this is a technical question. So if you have a body camera and it's recording, we see these things on television all the time. So it's recording an event. Then I would assume the body camera has limited storage capacity.
The camera itself, yes.
So you
have to download it, that's why this laptop request is here.
That's
You have
the
to
thing I'm
download
trying to
it.
figure out.
Yeah.
So he would need permanent storage
Correct.
if an event took place.
And the policy outlines this, but relies heavily on the equipment at the police department, so we'll change our policy. If all of that reorganization takes place, the policy will be back under change, but yes, there's like requirements and making sure that it's not edited in any fashion.
Right, and my thought is that, and I know a lot of police departments have reservations about body cameras, but my other thought is that if we have an employee, especially somebody out on a boat on the water, even if there's another person on that boat with them, and if there's an event, you're going to have conflicts in what happened and who said what about what. I think the body camera is a great idea. The fact that he's interested in having it,
Absolutely.
and the fact that you need storage. So that's why I'm just raising these
Yeah.
questions.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you raised the question of storage. I would assume that since I'm only talking about like currently the harbor master is on that organizational chart under the police department. So if he gets this laptop, I'm assuming that all that footage is like going to be on the DPD server somewhere, right? Like it's going to be housed with their department, right?
That's the idea. It's because it's evidence essentially if something happened. That's how, I know you haven't seen the policy, so it's not fair to bring
Well, that's
this up,
why
but
I think
that's
we
how
have
it's like.
questions
That is how
about
it's-
how this is
Yeah,
working.
so the policy lays out that I don't remember it right now off the top of my head, but every so often, harbor master, whoever it is, because we have 3 of them, goes to the police station, downloads it, and it goes into the evidence room for, I think I said 6 months, I think was the, if nothing eventful or whatever, for a period of 6 months, and then it's destroyed. But it can't be edited.
Is the harbor master wearing this thing now?
That's right, yep. And the boat has the necessary signage that says you're under surveillance and.
That's not my concern. My concern is there may not be a policy in place that's dictating, and I'm not saying anything wrong is going on. Please know that is absolutely not what I'm saying. Mr. Marino is a professional. What I'm saying is it's just a management concern that there's no overarching guidance to what he's supposed to do. And I feel like it's actually a little bit unfair to him because like how does he know what he should be doing right now? So hopefully those conversations have happened and there is something on the books.
Well, Mr. Marino and I worked on that policy together, so
Mhm.
I believe he's
He's
using
doing
that,
it
but
anyway?
he's not, I
Okay.
didn't take ownership
I'm
of
sure he
his
is.
department. because
Of
I didn't
course.
take it
No, I
himself.
understand.
So when he is not, when an assistant harbor master is in charge of the boat, Mr. Marino is not there, and maybe it's 2 assistants, but is that person wearing a camera?
They're supposed to, as far as what Mr. Marino has told me, they're supposed to be doing it. And
Okay,
he encourages it.
so within this department, whoever is in charge of that boat, when it goes out on routine patrol or whatever, they're wearing a camera. And it would just seem to me that since it's already occurring, the camera, and you've had discussions with that department head about the use of the camera and a policy and all that, although it hasn't been formalized by this board. I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but is there a way that that policy for that department could be approved?
Sure, bring it over. Like,
I mean,
that's fine.
and if down
It
the
should
road, the police department determines we don't want any part of body cameras, we will have at least a policy for a department that is using a camera, wants to have storage of whatever. And and again, I'm not trying to step on toes, but it just seems that no policy present, it's occurring, and the people doing it are doing it, but where's the
Well,
backup?
there needs to be rules on how you use it.
Correct.
I mean,
Right,
it just
right.
has to be.
Now it's just like
And again,
honest.
Well, I want to
And thank God we have honorable
I
people.
just want to reiterate that Mr. Marino and I worked together on that.
Mhm.
He is aware, we agreed to that process, and I believe that is what he is following. So there's something to point to. Has it been finalized? No, because there's another step between the policy getting to you, and so it stops there, but
If it's possible
he's
to
working on
separate,
it. He's working on it.
to separate, or at least allow one department to have the body camera, that this board could approve. Because my other concern is if there is an incident and an attorney says, there's no policy in the town that approved this,
Yeah.
so you can't bring it in as evidence, and yet something may have happened that you've got the evidence and can't do anything with it.
And I'm
I
glad
do
that was
believe
what
that-
my question which was why my concern was that he was already doing it and
No,
then
I
there
think-
wasn't a policy.
I would have to verify with minutes, but I do believe you voted the okay on the body camera. He was very.
We definitely did.
Oh,
He was
oh,
That's
very.
not,
upfront
but
about it.
that's
Yeah.
not.
Oh, I'm
It's the
sorry.
written policy we're talking
Yeah,
about.
no, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
gonna tweak it a little bit based upon what happens tonight on this, but it'll be before your next meeting.
Yeah, I was gonna
Selectman
say, we should vote on it, have a good look at it at the next meeting, maybe vote
Yeah.
on it.
and if
If
we,
she doesn't give us any, well, we so,
Well, we act like you provide it, you provide the opportunity, same to the point about the fans, like you provide the opportunity, and, action needs to be taken.
you know, if it has to be, the discussion and the review of the policy has to be specific to that department, I think as a board, we need to move ahead with something for that department. I'll just,
There has to
Think
be
it that
something.
way.
There has to be something on the map, officially.
yes.
Like an approved policy. So, do we want to make any motions regarding the laptop for body camera footage?
Sorry.
No, I was talking to Mike. I was talking to
I got
Selectman
kicked
Pacheco.
For 40 minutes
Well,
idle time.
I think before we do that, we gotta have an approved policy. We okay the cameras
Mhm.
on camera.
Right.
Should we encumber money for it and review that?
This laptop?
Yes.
Well, I think the question is, do you agree that the camera the footage on the
Yeah.
camera needs to be downloaded onto a laptop? I
It
think
needs
that
to be
you
saved.
do.
But, hold on.
So
I get your point, Selectman Goulart, but my concern is just like a technological concern. Now we have the laptop that's we have
We
the
got
body
camera.
camera that's recording, but then you can't back it up. Like there's
Right,
gonna come a point
that's our
where
missing
he
piece.
can't record it
So
anymore.
he's asking for this, and if you vote for it tonight, I'm gonna tell him, let's go order it, we'll get one, and,
Okay, so what number are we looking at?
upper limit of
I think $800.
$1,000,
I just feel like
how much you say?
$800. Like if you can't get a good laptop refurbished for $800, I think we need better shoppers. That's just my thought. If my colleagues want to go up to 1,000, I have no issue with that.
No, I don't really know the market for what you're looking for. So I will make a motion that we approve and set aside the FY20 budget up to $800 for a refurbished laptop for the Harbor Master to be used to download data from his body camera.
Can I suggest a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Can we just strike the word refurbished?
I was
Because
gonna
if
say
she
that too, I might be
finds, if
able
she
to find
finds a
it.
brand new
Oh,
one,
well,
or
all right, so
something,
yes, so
we might
strike
want to go with that.
refurbished, and it will be a laptop
She's a good shot.
computer, Karen, up to $800.
That should be fine.
I'll second.
I think we'll do
We have
well.
a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes.
On the custodian, did we vote dollars for that? You said we would bring them back. Do we know what the cost is?
He said 19 and a half hours in that motion, like up to, and that works out to $248.63 weekly.
I thought we were voting what was So that's why.
This is
I
the
don't know if
19 and a
he's-
half hour.
Okay, so for how many weeks?
I can't
So
answer
we
however long
unvote?
we're doing this.
Okay,
Right.
so when is he gonna start? 1st of July?
We'll have to call him and see if he'll come back. I didn't want to call him if you
Yeah.
didn't approve it,
Well,
so.
if he's
I'm
not,
not interested.
if he's not gonna do any
600
work,
hours stops.
if he's not gonna do any work in the current fiscal year, then it just starts, we don't have to encumber anything. He just starts July 1st or thereabouts.
Right. We'll just do it that way.
Okay, all right, I just didn't know if we had no dollars for the hours, that's all.
Okay, Mr. Ferry has requested just 3 items. Madam Administrator, did you want to remark on them, and then maybe if Mr. Ferry had any comments?
I don't want
Yeah,
to speak.
you don't have
to. Go ahead. I don't want to speak for Mr.
Sure,
Ferry.
Mr. Ferry,
So I
sir.
wasn't prepared for this. Which one are you referring to?
Oh, I'm
me?
sorry.
It's-
You
I'm sorry.
you were asking for mulch,
Yep.
the highway door, and the rotor-rooter, I can't
For the
say,
day,
truck.
the Roto-Rooter for the day.
Yeah, the most concerning is the rotor ride. It broke while it was in full extension under Forestry. It's still there.
We gotta go get it.
So what is it you're looking for?
The rotor
Would you
ride.
take
So
your-
I'm looking for to hire a rotor company to
Retrieve.
retrieve our ride. It's most likely entangled in the roots closer towards Autumn Street.
So you wanna hire a Roto-Rooter?
Company, yes.
For the day,
So
to
specifically
get our
that
truck
company,
back.
How much
or
money are we talking?
or just any,
Any company. It's a water jet.
General term.
Yeah, water jet type truck.
Gotcha.
So how much money are we talking about?
I first want to explore it because I thought Rehoboth bought that truck. We might be able to get that initial aid.
But if they didn't, how much money are we talking about?
It's undetermined because we don't know what the obstruction is, and it might be more than a day.
Is
Oh,
it
okay.
by,
I see what
do
you're
you hire them by the hour or by the job, or, I don't know.
Something like that would be for the day, because you got to pay for them to show up.
So it would be for a day.
Yeah.
Mr. Ferry, did you reach out, have you reached out yet to Highway Superintendent Costello in Rehoboth?
No.
To use it? You guys know each other?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. If that's the direction we're going, then obviously I'll be doing that first.
yeah. Well, so just on that particular item to my colleagues, I'm okay with, if we want to have some sort of an upper level figure on the Roto-Rooter, I'm okay doing that with the understanding that Mr. Ferry will reach out to Mr. Costello first.
Are there any other communities that have got them that we might get them?
I'm not aware of it this close. It's a very expensive unit. I'd be surprised if they loan it out.
What's Somerset?
Rehoboth offered it when they encouraged us to mow Route 44 in the past.
Oh, okay.
So that's fine.
I see. That sounds good. That sounds good, Mr.
That's in
Ferry.
the past.
Yes, that sounds good. Okay. So, all right. So you're looking for us to authorize you to contact Rehoboth?
Rehoboth first.
And if not, to authorize you to hire a, what do you call these companies? Drain cleaners?
The water jet, it's a rotor rooting. It's a different
Yeah.
process.
But they're cleaning a drain, aren't they? They're trying to get whatever's in there that belongs to us out.
Yeah, now I understand what you're saying. So you
It's a-
need a dollar value to put on it.
Yes.
I would say 2,000.
Okay. All right, so that's the first thing?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman,
I think
you
we can
entertain
do them as-
motions?
Do you want to do them as a block?
Well, I
So,
think we ought to do them separate, because
Yeah.
these are conditional.
Okay, I'm okay with that. Yes.
Second one.
second block.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the highway superintendent to contact the highway superintendent in Rehoboth to request assistance with cleaning a drain and retrieving our equipment. And should that not be available, he be authorized to expend up to $2,000 to be paid from the FY20 budget to hire a drain cleaning company.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Mr. Ferry, on here also is a $3,500 request for a new front highway garage door,
Yes,
which I know is needed. Sir, you have the floor.
Yes, that one's been a problem. It's needed to be replaced for numerous years. For some reason, there's always something that comes up. This year, this year it grabbed us a little earlier when we get the freeze. You can see daylight through the door, on the side of the doors. The integrity of the door is questionable, whether it will function and secure the building at the end of the day.
Is this the biggest door in the
That's
building?
the big front door, yes.
Okay, you can see under it too.
I went by it the other day and
It's
the
been
bottom is like, it doesn't even go down.
It's been patched and repatched
Yeah.
and repatched, just like with everything we own, it's
It's done,
we expended its normal lifespan.
So last time I procured it, it was 25, but that was 3 years ago. So we probably should go for the 3,500, obviously we'll procure it.
Yep.
We have a couple local companies, I'm sure they're gonna fight over it.
Colleagues?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we authorize the expenditure of $3,500 from the FY20 budget to replace the large front garage door at the highway department.
I'll second that motion.
I'm really excited about this.
You can do it, but you have to step down.
You do not want me touching that. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions, the ayes have it.
Just a comment, his numbers are getting higher and higher.
Right.
It gets even better,
Oh, that's what I'm afraid
because
of.
this third one is actually spending the selectmen's money.
Yeah.
My money.
Oh,
That's why he wore his big shoes tonight.
Yes, I saw that.
So it's about the plantings, the landscaping that we invested a lot of money up front here, plus we moved some plants from next door prior to demolition, possible for demolition. And the mulch is not just for cosmetic, it's to protect them, hold the moisture in, and we're approaching the cold, drought part of our year. They look kind of wimpy tonight. The mulch is important if it's an asset to our property, obviously. So that was $900. The money should be there on that
And that's
grounds
in
line,
public
and the
buildings?
selectmen's line.
That's public buildings.
The public buildings,
Yeah.
ground, you have it, no, not public buildings, it's grounds.
Kitchen supplies.
In the public building.
Yeah,
line.
in that
It's
block.
192, it's just,
Yeah.
there's money in there.
Correct.
well, that's a lower number, that's a surprise. I had
Yeah,
no
but it's
idea.
better because it's not mine.
But now you're asking us to spend our own, so.
So how many yards of mulch you getting?
We haven't done these beds yet. Normally we get the 15 for everything else, so it looks like we're gonna be hovering around 25 yards
Total, for everything.
for everything, yes.
And what type of mulch are you using?
The garden club tends to stay with what's at the town hall.
Is that pine bark or cedar?
It's a type of pine bark, yes,
Okay.
yeah. It's not treated. Right.
What's the going rate out there for, is it around $35
It
before?
was
delivery?
there, yes, but no one can hang on to it. It's everyone can't hang on to it legally, so I wouldn't be surprised if the price went up. But we'll shop around.
I am entertaining motions pursuant to this mulch.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the highway superintendent to expend up to $900 from the grounds maintenance account in the board of selectmen's budget to buy mulch.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to concur with the superintendent that the plants, when I walked in today, they look too healthy. As far as being dry and stuff like that, you know, I'm sure you're not able to water them every day. With the mulch, you preserve the moisture in the ground, and it's a good idea. And it's definitely over there, you and I talked about, I think it's a rhododendron maybe in the back there that
Yes.
needs mulch, that hasn't had mulch in the past, so I support. I just don't want that dye-colored mulch at some.
The red color? Is it like the red one?
Yeah.
That doesn't look
it's not-
natural?
I want whatever it is, natural, hemlock, cedar, whatever. it's-
Right, I really lean on it, garden club. They volunteer their services too, so we want to support them.
So they'll be spreading the,
Our department will be doing the spreading.
There's a weed problem around town hall, and I'm sure it's because they couldn't get out, everyone couldn't get out and do their thing. But the garden out front where the fountain thing is, the wet horse trough, whatever that is. There's a lot of weeds and stuff in there. So is that going to be removed, I hope, before mulch is put down?
Yes, including the weeds over here, yes.
Okay. I agree with what Mr. Pacheco said. We got pine bark mulch, and it was around $35 a yard. And it's natural, it smells great, it holds up, you know, I think it's superior to the stuff that you pay a lot more for, whether it's dyed or whatever they do.
Yeah, you did a good job.
I do have a question on the front end. Is the foundation high enough? We don't need to put cedar? You know, we're not concerned about termites or anything. I know over there it's higher.
No, you don't.
I know
That's a question.
the garden club, my wife is a member of the garden club, and I usually volunteer also to do weeding, but I didn't do it this year. But they did do around the Veterans Memorial, Fall Memorial Day.
Yeah, that was all done, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think the weeds are that bad at the fountain, but there are some weeds here.
Well, the fountain itself has got pigweed this high, and I noticed it today. That little bit of rain we got, it shot right up.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
This next group is the Historical Commission. All of these items go together, so I would ask that you vote if you do all of them totally. But
And these
they
are
were
well.
yeah, they're well. But they were working on, maybe you know what to say about this, but they were working on this project for a while, and they're actually asking now when they can come back into the vault and continue. So I made sure I reached out to them to offer this opportunity because I know that they were waiting, essentially. So it's just a previous project that was put on hold due to the spending freeze.
I think, well,
They
maybe
have
you don't want to tell us what it is, I understand.
No, and they have the funds for it also.
Available, yes.
They,
All of
because
these people do, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
I should have let them know.
there was a discretion, we stopped all discretionary spending, so they were able to do it. I no longer remember the historic commission or whatever in the past. There's definitely a need for they're trying to preserve the items that we have. We have some items that are 200 years old in the vault, and they're just trying to preserve it the best they can. So the archival boxes are very expensive.
That's
but
what these are,
that's what
okay.
we need.
So that's what these are? Okay, I was curious.
That's what it is.
Okay.
And there's some papers to preserve, newspapers and stuff like that.
So now I'm curious, so they put the oldest documents, I guess, or really old documents that are fragile in these boxes and then they stay in the vault?
They say, well, because the vault is temperature control and also, but just having how exposed to dust and stuff like that is not good.
I mean, I definitely support this, though. I was just
And
curious.
if you ever had an opportunity to look at this stuff, it really is interesting. Selectmen 200 years ago, what the issues were and stuff like that. It's really interesting. But anyway, going off on a tangent. They're trying to preserve the items that we have in the town vault, and I think it's very important to do that, so I'm supporting this.
Do you have any questions about this?
No.
All right, I am entertaining motions regarding this block of items
So
requested
how
for
much-
historical.
There are other things included. Is this the only one from historical?
This is all that they requested,
Okay.
and I did know about this project, but I'm not aware of anything else, so.
So how much money do they want authority to
One
spend?
sec. We have to add it because
No, I didn't, this is me.
we just have the individual, it's 188.29. Did you get that as
188.
well?
That's exactly what I got.
That's called independent
188.
verification. 188.29. $188.29.
Oh, I'm going to be generous. Mr. Chairman, I move that we authorize the Historical Commission to spend up to $190 working on
In that penny candy store.
old pumpkins.
I'll second that. I thought you were going to say 200.
Me too!
I thought so too, actually. I was thinking
Let's
of
not
another
get
box.
crazy.
I'm thinking of another box.
I love it.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to add that
Yeah.
for years, the Historic Commission was given money that they did not spend. And this is something that we discussed at our meetings. We wanted to preserve the items in the town, and I think it's great.
Yeah.
So,
And lesson learned.
Yeah.
Don't not use the money. You can always, these boxes, I'm sure there's so many that are needed. you know, most things are not in boxes in the vault, so.
These boxes will not be enough to cover everything. In the future, they're going to be doing more, but this is what we looked at so far.
Fabulous. Any further discussion? We didn't vote. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
The good thing is also when they do it, all this will be together, because when Mrs. Brady and I have gone down there to look for like Berkeley Dyton Bridge stuff, you have to move all of these boxes, and it's not together, and it's, you know.
And I assume, they're not just putting this, they're like actually going in there, reviewing the stuff, they organize it as well.
We've looked at everything, you know, we have, and now they're going to put in boxes and they'll label the boxes. So
That's awesome.
you know what you're going into.
Yeah.
You just have to open the boxes.
That's great. Good news. Thank you, Historical Commission. Okay, and last but not least, cable. What are they asking for?
So they have been working incredibly hard with all these Zoom meetings and, you know, everyone's sort of meeting anywhere. So they asked for a calendar whiteboard, which I can't blame them. I use whiteboards constantly. And then the regular stuff to go with that, whiteboard markers, erasers and such. They also have station chairs, office chairs, flash drives, and ink. This request is a total of, and I want to just, I did that quickly, so I'm going to verify, about $1,166.58. Cable, is there anything you'd like to add about this?
I put a much lower number on mine, about $695.
I'm adding it right now. No, it has to be over $695 because one
Your
thing is
chairs are,
$751.
yeah, your chairs are there.
Nice try, Laura.
Maybe I did it wrong. I'm trying to look.
Yeah, $1,166.58.
Is that what I said?
I don't know. I forgot. Did you write down what she said?
11668.
Yeah.
11668.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chairs that I sent were $89 each for 5, and I got $450 for just the chairs.
Oh, my little doodad thing.
No, it says 5. Yeah, so 150 times 5 is 751.
No, I got $90 per chair.
So you
Not
counted it,
100.
so your chair is $90. The chair
The
you're
one
gonna
that I
buy.
got, it's $87.99
$450, is that what we're talking about?
for 5 chairs.
Yeah.
450.
So what do you have for a total?
I have approximately $695. I didn't get it to the exact penny because I was just rounding up to the
No,
nearest.
We'll take the
total. We got 1166 and
Yeah, that's
change.
what she's saying.
My total is $695.
Yeah.
I have the
With that
whiteboards.
reason.
For what I have on the W Mason order I had was $74 for the calendar whiteboard, $60 for the plain whiteboard, $9 for markers, $6 for erasers, $90 per chair, so
These are
times
awesome.
5 would be
No, I know why we're
$450.
off. We're off.
Uh-oh.
Go by this. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Our numbers are based upon our contract with W. Mason, where we get our, you probably just went in as like a regular
Amazon,
shopper.
which always has
So
the
I
cheapest
can't see
everything.
the
But
regular
you don't
price.
see our discount. We get a 69% discount right now. So these are discounted prices.
No, but
If-
it's not
But
just
how would
that. I
that
don't
be
think
higher?
she's looking on Amazon, whereas
No, I'm
yours.
not
No,
W
she's
Mason.
in
Oh, okay. All right. So we're comparing
Right,
apples
so
to apples.
Cable submitted the links, everything
Mhm.
that they wanted, and then I had Leanne put the spreadsheet together so you could see all the requests on one piece of paper. When Leanne goes into W. Mason, she's automatically getting the price that is discounted because of our contract. I don't believe you, I mean, my hunch is that you are not logged in at that point.
Right. it's
So
just
it
the
would just
regular
be
account.
the-
But
But
I'm curious
that's-
why it would be
hold
so
on,
much
hold
more.
But that logic does, I feel like you and I are on the same page here. That logic doesn't make sense because she's saying a less price than you and you have the discount. Am I
No, she
correct?
said like $9 for whiteboard markers, I have $7.29. She said $6 for whiteboard erasers, I have $3.07. I think the chair is different, that's what.
Yeah, the chair I have here without an account says $87.99.
So
I
this
pulled
says,
the email quick before,
Yeah.
just to get a rough total, and I had $87.99 per chair. So when I just rounded it up to 90 per chair times
So-
5.
for purposes of tonight, can we authorize, first of all, this is enterprise funds, this wouldn't be your tax dollars, it's the money from Comcast.
Correct.
I'll be generous
So,
and say 1,200.
Thank you.
There you go. And then they'll spend less than that's
But
where everyone's
11.90,
happy.
no, I'm just kidding.
Now the historical commission is going to say, well, that's not.
Why'd you round up for that?
Anyway, that way, whatever you buy, you're all set, you'll come in
Yeah.
under,
I
and
think
it will go
that's-
right back to your enterprise funds.
So-
Thank you.
I actually had a question, I'm sorry.
You are free to make whatever motion you
So we
want.
were planning on kind of doing more with the office too as out and the project of our office got finished. So going forward, I know we wanted to get storage shelves. Would that be something that we bring to the board in a future meeting also?
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay.
Just because we're still operating under a spending freeze, this is, okay, we've made it to the end of the year, we went to town meeting, we got a budget passed, we had items on hold, projects on hold, and then they'll discuss the spending freeze.
Okay. And I don't know when it would happen, it was just
Yeah.
kind of
We have some other things in your journey to a studio anyway, so.
and I don't know if it's out of place, but I was wondering if I could talk to either Tom or Jim at some point, just to put it in the field. If I could shoot an email to you guys later today, for a question of that extra room.
Sure. So we're operating under don't press your luck.
Still be dropped to 1190,
Well, hopefully we don't need to touch.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we authorize expenditure up to $1,200 for the items that were discussed for the Cable Commission.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I just want to comment that if we vote no on this, cable's probably going to stop the meeting.
They're gonna go home, right?
There'll be a blackout, right?
No one would know
You don't
until
know
2 weeks
what's
from now. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sure.
I believe that was the last one.
Yes.
Okay, so I would just want to make a statement, I'm looking for a little clarification. I did not submit a list because my list is this long, because of all the buildings that I'm responsible for. So my question is specific. I had some projects that were pending that did not get finished. I have some maintenance items on buildings that I have not done. I have done heating and air conditioning maintenance, irregardless, because I needed to make sure the equipment stayed running. We have a town meeting vote that approved monies for work at town hall. So what's the status? Is it still status quo? We're not spending any money? Can I move on with some of these projects, or?
I have a
So-
recommendation there.
I think, just as one board member, I would definitely want you, once July 1st happens, to start thinking about and planning for finishing or at least making work on the phases. And I'm not an expert, so you will do your own plan. And then did you have any input on the other items?
Mine is not item specific. Mine is that if you need something, you have to let us know. I'd like us to keep the spending freeze in place, other than, what you just mentioned, keeping things going, because we still don't know what the state is going to do, and I want to hoard all of our money so that we don't have massive shortfalls and don't know what to do because we've spent everything. So my recommendation is to keep the spending freeze, but if you have requests and you can start those after July 1, can you start, I'm sorry, I should ask that question. Can you do that after July 1?
I would like to, yes.
Okay, so if we can get together before then, and then we'll put it on a list.
But can or maybe I need clarification. I'm operating under the assumption, and maybe we're not talking about the same thing, that you have a lot to do, right? You're now the facilities, you're managing all these buildings, it's a lot of work. But since we're in the middle of a pandemic, I know maybe the town hall renovation project isn't the most important thing.
Right.
HVAC, obviously, you want your employees to be comfortable while they're working, we understand that. But we do have those space concerns, and so I would hope that you would try as best you can to just chip away, given all the other stuff that you're doing on that. And maybe we're saying the same thing, maybe we're not.
I'm not
I
sure.
feel like
I'm still listening.
but why would we go to town meeting, get this money approved, and then not do any work?
I think we're talking about two different things.
Okay,
That's
why I
the Attorney General says it's okay, right? All the warrants.
Oh, no, the AG
So-
only weighs in on bylaws. The money was approved, special articles, that was
Okay,
free
okay.
cash, anything
So,
that's raised and approved.
July 1st, we can start, I don't know what your schedule is, Jim, so I'm not,
Right.
deciding yet. But-
So I understand that as well, because I have special articles that I haven't expended funds from, so I understand that. My concern is moreover that I have always said we have money to build things, but we don't have money to maintain them. I don't want to let these buildings go unmaintained because of a spending freeze, and then we're left with a backlog at the end. Now, I understand I could come to you with individual things, but Tom and I think very linearly, you know, and Tom may have 2 guys today, but 3 guys tomorrow. And, you know, so maybe I'll come to you with a bunch of maintenance items that I think need to be, that I know need to be done, and then the board can act on them, but I really would like to keep up with them. If this thing flares up again, and things go in reverse, I don't want to have buildings that haven't had attention for 4 or 5 months. So,
And so I guess on my side, I respect that and
Yeah.
totally understand it, but on my side, I don't know what the state's gonna do with local aid, and I am sort of just sitting here waiting to get word from that. Am I optimistic? Yeah, I'm optimistic about FY '21, I don't think it'd be a problem, but I don't wanna have July 1 come and then just have all this money go out and then be like, hey, you have a 20% reduction in your local aid. As it stands right now, the cherry sheets are going off of FY '20 numbers for the first 2 months. So I'm just concerned that we're gonna act too fast and then cut our noses off and spite our face is really
I
where I'm-
understand, but you're not, there's no way you could do like all these things at once, and then on July 1st, all these, like, there's just, that's not.
and the other thing is that if you don't maintain certain things on buildings, there is recourse on the other side. For instance, if I don't get the vinyl siding that's falling off from the windstorm fixed on this building, and we go into the winter time, we might have moisture migration. So I think there are things that have to get done.
So that's why I would ask that we get together so we prioritize. Like,
Okay.
I'm not gonna fight you on preparing vinyl siding, that's gonna make something much worse to a newly renovated building. But if
Okay.
it's, you know, it'd be nice to have this new door. I'm just making that up. I don't know if there's a new door.
Right.
I'm gonna probably like, that's not a critical need unless the door is broken.
Can I ask you a question? So are we talking about 2 different things?
I think so.
Okay, so you're just talking about maintenance that comes from the budget, and I'm talking about.
You're talking about special articles.
Correct, okay. so
I'm
you're
on
talking about-
operating budget only because that is what is
I
at
understand,
most
and
risk.
affected by, yeah. But I also understand, you know, the special article money is, if things are really dire, you know, I get why you would have a concern about that.
I just want to be conservative and cautious, that's all, that's really all.
But I also don't, I get your point because I think, like, this building wasn't really maintained that well before it was renovated, and I think we could have done a better job. And so I get the point, it's cheaper to maintain something than to like fix it. So,
Yeah, but the agreement at the time was we weren't responsible for.
Agreed, yeah, there was more than, I'm over.
We were responsible for major maintenance, roofs and things, but not,
Yes.
you know. So my question is there anything that you need to do out of the FY '20 budget that should be encumbered, that should be done? Now, I'm thinking of, you got a lot of accounts. What about demolition accounts?
I am going to cover that account. I've already talked to the town accountant, so.
Because I know there's a building on Tremont Street that's,
So so the answer is yes, I had a dialogue with the town accountant, I am going to cover some funds from FY '20, from the demo account. There's also special articles that I'm going to roll over. I guess if there's money in this budget, in the buildings and maintenance account, and I can get some maintenance items done in the next week or so, I guess I should have submitted them to you.
I wish you did.
But, you know, I guess tonight, I thought with this discussion, it might be a light at the end, I'm not hearing one. So I just want to make sure that I can maintain buildings, you know, throughout the summer. Because Tommy's going to get caught up, and I'm going to want to get some things done on buildings. And this isn't my want, this is to protect the future of the town buildings. So, I understand where you're at, it goes back to free cash and we can dip into that. I understand all that, but I do want to take care of the buildings.
So
I
Kate,
think all she's saying though, I don't want to put words in your mouth, is just, and because I feel like we're all on the same page now. She's not saying don't do it, I think she's saying, can you just let me know
Yeah.
what you're
Right.
going to do,
Right.
so I can see the cost.
It's more than
then.
that though, right? Because we've got a freeze on discretionary spending, so
We
he
do.
can let you know, you're gonna bring it back to us.
right, unless it's like, the front door is collapsing, we need to
Well,
do this now, you know,
well,
when it's a, hey, there's a problem, we use now.
I
But
would
that's
guess
why-
I would have to get it
So,
done, so.
here, I am proceeding with extreme caution during this whole thing, because I don't know what's gonna happen. Meals tax for us, because Dayton's amazing, actually went up, during this midterm. So, good job, Dayton. Other communities are, you know, getting massive reductions there, and so is the state, but for us, like, we were okay. So I am proceeding with caution. Do I want to take care, we've had this conversation many times. I'm a firm believer of taking care of what you have because it lasts longer. I'm not trying to circumvent you or stop you from doing that. I just want to know what it is because it might reflect, you know, and if it's like a $50,000 thing, that's going to give us pause, right? We can't just unleash 50,000. We're happy that this came.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
We know.
so there's a lot about maintenance to buildings,
Right.
right? It's a very broad statement,
Right.
and I just think there should be a discussion. I can, literally, we can talk about this tomorrow, and
Okay.
get movement on it.
I just misunderstood the item on the agenda tonight. I thought there was gonna be some kind of lift, and I didn't hear that, so now I got concerned. So, but I can do that, and we can bring it to the board on the 8th, and then Tommy and I can work on getting it done. That's fine, and I'll prioritize based on the
And
needs.
not just prioritize, but to avoid you from having to constantly come back, you might want to think even further ahead than what you might normally do, just so that we're not hampered. Having to come back here isn't hindering you making progress on me.
For both of us, so I agree. Thank you.
And I agree, I see both sides of this, and I certainly am a proponent of, you know, holding money tight. And to me, discretionary spending is not the stuff that's the really important stuff. And that's why I asked you if you needed to do anything before the end of this year, because if in fact there is something, even if it's a piddling thing, that should be done ASAP, then that's not discretionary. And obviously you have to go to the TA and say, this one's not discretionary, this is, I gotta get it done. And we go into the new year and just see how the cards fall. But I certainly, and I think we all support, if it's gotta be done, it's gotta be done. And it's not a big chunk, but by the same token, she's gotta know what that number
Sure,
is.
I understand. Thank you.
We'll fix it.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. Under old business, we have discussed and vote on the sale of single-use trash bags by the Board of Selectmen's office. So, part of the reason why I know you wanted this on here too, because you and the health agent probably discussed this and now it's back before us. But it wasn't clear to me, based on our last conversation, I know we agreed to do the single-use. That was clear to me, like we are going to do it. It wasn't clear to me like who's going to do it. And so that's why I wanted this back here, and that's probably also why you put it on here. So, Madam Administrator.
So same, and then I watched, or I read those minutes, and that's exactly what Mrs. Brady captured. So, after our meeting, the health agent and I got together, and one of the concerns about stopping a full, let's back up. This is about selling trash bags, who the Board of Health currently does this right now. They sell the trash bags by the roll, small and large, and you buy it by the roll. I think there's 10 bags in a roll. So the comment was made, some people don't need that entire roll, and so they just want to use one bag. And so we discussed having this as a senior citizen initiative, that for seniors, people aged 65 and older, they'd be eligible for buying a single trash bag. So when the health agent and I got together, he expressed concerns about inventory, tracking inventory. We track the number of bags that whatever vendors have or whatever town offices have, so that we can make sure that we reconcile the money that's coming in from the bags and track them. So he said, well, if we're selling over here by the roll, and then we institute selling by a single bag, it's going to pose an inventory problem. So I suggested, okay, what if the program is run out of a specific office outside of the Board of Health? So that the roll...
I'm sorry. How does it pose a problem? You just have put one roll to the side. Am I incorrect on
It's
that?
just extra work, is what it is.
Okay,
And the
but
Board of Health
someone's
is-
gonna have to do it.
You can
So
get
how
a
are
box, put 10 bags in it, and you're done with 10, you know you've gone through 10 bags.
Correct.
Put 10 more bags in it for the next time, or whatever, so.
But was the comment to say it was a problem for the Board of Health? Because anyone who was going to do it would have that problem.
I'm not sure. We didn't really delve into the reasoning for him making that comment, but that's what he said. And I said, my suggestion was, what if we had the single bag sale out of a different office? And that way on inventory, it would still be by roll, and it would just be the town administrator's office has a roll of small and a roll of large, and that's where the senior citizens would go to purchase a single bag.
I'm just so confused.
I mean, I didn't.
Does this feel like it was way more overcomplicated? Like, you have 20 rolls, you've set one aside. On a spreadsheet, you would say 19 rolls, one roll, and then since you know it's 10 bags, you're gonna track those 10 single-use bags until they're gone, and now you know we use one roll for the single use, and we still have the 19 rolls to set. So,
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
have a lot of
Yes.
emotion about
My
it.
other concern is that we finally
Got it.
educate the public that you come here.
Thank
point
you.
out that you
That's
have
nice.
bags. How many times have I
but if you want one bag, you go to town hall,
Right,
they're gonna be
so you
like,
don't have
"Oh."
seniors who may
Tracing.
have a problem
Tracing.
walking and everything else. Come here for the single bag and then realize they have to go over there.
So my other thought behind this, is I see that, my other thought behind this is, well, I have two. Mr. Pyers was going to ask the vendors of these bags, I haven't heard back from them, but, you know, they've obviously been busy during this time. But I don't know if the other vendors are going to do it, and I don't know if that weighs on your decision, whether or not everybody who sells trash bags is selling the option for just one, or if that's just a special thing town hall's doing. And,
That can be an accommodation you can make, so that I come here.
I
Not
just
just
wonder
one
how
use.
I wonder how many vendors are going to be interested in selling.
I don't think
So
so.
I don't think.
I can't imagine Hannaford's agreeing to do that.
No.
I'm going to make a suggestion. First of all, sale and purchase of trash bags is not cash. It's check only. Nobody's going to write a check every time they need a bag. And since we are going to have the Council on Aging employees active in the primetime building, what I'm suggesting is that the primetime employees get a roll of, what are they, 10 and 10?
Small and large. just one
Small and
roll.
large, and they're what,
It would
how much
be-
are they, $1 and
It's
$2?
$1 and $2.
Okay, so they get those bags, they collect the money at prime time, and so they get their first two rolls. They collect the money, they turn that cash in, and that's when they get their next rolls.
This is Council on Aging, you mean?
That this be handled
It's
right at
like-
prime time.
But we can start, even though prime time's not open, like.
I'm talking about the building.
Okay.
We're gonna have employees in that building for the foreseeable future, I think, at least 2 or 3, whatever. And it's adjacent to this building. You're not having, I mean, you're doing an elderly service,
Right.
all right? And it would be right next door. And the other thing too is, I just think it's elderly service, they can just drive up, walk up the ramp, I want to buy one bag, whatever size, you know, it's $1 or $2, and it'll be controlled there. So they start it with a roll of each, and when they sell them, they sell all the small bags, they come over with the money and say, here's the money for the roll, I need another roll, okay? And that's how the inventory will be tracked. I don't know how many people actually want to do it, but I don't think bringing it into town hall is a good idea,
Like you
because
said-
it's way over there.
It
And
The
to
town hall's not.
an elderly
I
person,
agree
it's,
with you. Town
So
hall.
if this is enacted, I'd like it to be like a pilot program just to see, because maybe it's just not gonna work out, or if inventory
Well,
does become a problem.
Mr. Ferry, Council on Aging, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm kind of flabbergasted that you guys have to discuss it tonight at this level. I was not aware of this need. I was not aware of this need either. We knew the capacity of the large bags was a problem for seniors, that's why we still sell the small bags. I didn't realize there was a need to sell individual bags.
And I can tell you, it was brought to my attention, somebody had concern about this, but I also, I agree with the town administrator. There should be a pilot program.
Yeah,
If in 3 months or 6 months, no one is interested, then
and if it's targeting the seniors, obviously, yes, the Council of Aging would love to do something like this.
The other thing I mentioned when we discussed this the last time, for example, if a group of people, friends, neighbors, whatever, they get together, they pool their money, somebody comes and buys a roll of whatever size, pays for it, and then they just settle up amongst themselves. I mean, that can be done too. I think we're talking about the concern when the prices went up, it became expensive. All of a sudden, it's $10 and $20 instead of, what, $7.50 and $15. I mean, that's a big jump for them. So that's another thought, but I think the pilot program is the way to go. I think this facility, we are going to have people there. Not only that, they said they're making regular phone calls and keeping in touch with people, and I would think the Council on Aging people, that's who the seniors would be looking to. This would be another service, but
I also like the pilot program approach, because maybe we've been missing something in that community that it has a real need, so it'd be a good approach.
I don't mind doing it. I just don't want the town hall staff, whoever it is, or the Board of Health staff to have to, I'd say, stop what they're doing to sell one bag. I think there's another way to do it as a senior service, I'll call it. Okay? And it's right next door.
Yeah, just a quick comment question. Selectman Pacheco, you said you were contacted. So would the strawberry vine people who are recipients of that, would that be the person, type of people that contacted you?
Yes, the Strawberry Vine is for 60 and over, so I would suggest that we do 60. It's for people 60 and over, rather than 65, 60.
Sorry, I just.
Yeah, no, I
And then,
get it, you're a millennial.
would you put that in the
It
strawberry
wasn't in
vine?
itself. It was not in itself.
It is a factory. And I know it's that
So
It's the
we
way they
can
call me a boomer.
promote that. We can promote this new service to the target audience and see if it's.
And it
Well,
can be announced. It can be
Yeah.
announced in the next issue if we can get it out in time.
Yeah, I actually just wrote advertising
should-
strawberry vine.
The only thing that I think is going to make it successful as a pilot is if people know that it's
Yes,
offered. Like,
absolutely.
how would, if you don't know, it's.
So
wouldn't
like
really go.
Mr. Pacheco said, if you run it for a few months or whatever, and that's the other good thing, since the senior, if it's going to be done at the, I'll call it the senior location, by the people who service, Council on Aging service the elder population. They can also track the business
Right.
and determine if this is really a service that's helping. If it's only one or two people here and there, and the same roll of bags sits there for months,
Yes.
it's not.
Well, and what you're saying is, the reason I like your suggestion is because inherent in that process is a tracking system. Because you're not going back until the roll has been sold.
And it's very simplistic. It's
Yeah.
perfect.
Well, not only
It
that,
could work here.
not only that, you have an opportunity to say, hey, how are you doing? How are things going? And we're hoping, we're gonna have the program again, we don't know, but you have an opportunity to interact with a whole bunch of other people in town in that, in need of those, in that age bracket,
Right.
so.
No, but I do think that was an excellent idea,
Yeah.
Strawberry Vine, because that gets
Yeah.
mailed to all the
Right.
seniors in town, so it's
Right.
better than Facebook, better than anything
Yeah,
else.
absolutely.
They're gonna get that message.
Right.
And it didn't mean to insult you,
You
or call you a
did, I'm
millennial.
just joking.
I wish I was a millennial, but I'm not.
Don't. You don't.
So the Strawberry Vine, when you're a recipient of Strawberry Vine, that building is your,
Yes.
it derived from that building. So I think it's perfect.
That's a good idea.
So is a millennial better than a Generation
So
Xer
I am
or worse?
on the upper
Nobody's better or
upper
worse.
end of
It's all
millennials.
subjective.
We're not really millennials because we still remember a time without
Yes,
digital
I
stuff.
do.
We played outside. I rode my bike. I played hide and seek. So we are like a zennial. It's called. We're zennials.
Exactly.
And they make these things up. I don't know.
They're just ridiculous. But
Hey,
I don't identify with all of the hallmarks, but some of them I do. So.
But did you play kick the can?
Yes, of course. All right, so that was before AOL. That was the only
That's
thing
right.
that
I
you said.
remember AOL. Like I remember when that all happened. Yes.
And it's
So,
coming up. Okay, I will entertain motions relative to the sale of single-use trash bags. I'm not finishing the statement because it won't be by the Board of Selectmen's
yeah,
office.
you can establish a
Mhm.
pilot program for whatever reason.
I'll make a motion that we start a pilot program. Should we have a sunset, should we have a 3 months, 6 months?
Let's do, I'm okay with 6 months.
Yeah,
because
it
getting
needs a
the word
few,
out,
you
yeah.
need some time.
The end of December 31st, ends on December 1st, that the Council on Aging be allowed to sell single bags to seniors. And, yeah, that's it, and be advertised in Trevor about
From the primetime location.
the prime
From
time location, yes.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Perry, sir?
Yeah, it's a point of order. I'm pretty certain, but I'm not totally certain. We've got to verify that those employees are bonded if we're receiving
At
tax.
least one of them is, I know that. I would
I'm
do
pretty certain it's Bella, but we don't want to throw that responsibility.
Of course.
To create a
Yeah.
liability. Right.
Due diligence, I appreciate that. So we're okay? Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. And our favorite time of the year, the town administrator performance
I get 4
evaluation.
marks for being a millennial?
We don't hold that.
Have we voted yet to make this beginning in July rather than?
That's not the latest thing, I think.
Oh, is it?
That's in the contract.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
We'll-
You can do it right now, though.
We'll
It's
have
not
it.
anything.
You know, I think we ought to make, I honestly believe that we should make the evaluation, we should have the evaluation take place no later than March 31st, because if the board changes and somebody comes on and knows nothing about the town administrator, how are they gonna do a fair evaluation?
So
Before
I think
the
we're a little out
election.
of the scope, but I.
Yeah, that's why I said
do-
the end of March, because we usually have, normally we have an April election.
I guess my opinion on this, and I don't want to get
Can I be excused?
you,
Thank you.
you come in
You wanna
with
say
issues, sir.
You don't want to say this?
Right? Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Selectman Goulart, what I would say to that is, I really don't have a strong opinion on like what the exact date is. We know it should be done before the next fiscal year, so we probably all agree on that. I just want us to have some kind of a date. I don't even care when, March, April, May, I just like a concrete date that we know we need to get this done by. You know what I mean?
And my only point is, normally, every April we have an election. And if the board changes
I get what you, yes.
and the new person comes, how can they really
It's also
fairly?
based
Are you
on a
okay
full
with
year. I'm completely in
So,
agreement
Pacheco?
because it's based on a full year of experience, not a couple weeks or
Well, and then
months.
to your point, I guess that's a really good point. I never thought of it that way. To your point, you could potentially have like this new person that gets elected. Have a good evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barry.
Thank you, sir. You have someone who gets elected and has been here 2 months or 1 month, and now they're doing an evaluation. I don't think that quite makes sense either. I think we've been lucky and we've been fortunate.
Well,
We have not had to confront that issue.
You know, we've
It is
developed
real.
a form that we have a review year or a mid-time if we ever decided to do that. And it just seems that, quite frankly, the other thing too is, if we put the cutoff point at March 31st, it has to be done on or before March 31st. A change in the Board of Selectmen, the new selectman is going to be told, this is the standard evaluation form. You need to be familiar with this, and you need to be familiar with what the town administrator is going to be reviewed on. What are the
Sure.
points, what are the things? And this is the document that you need to be aware of. Because if you just give it to them after whatever, it's like,
Yeah.
what is this?
I agree.
So they gotta,
Can I make a request? Can we continue that specific conversation when we get to that item later? Okay, that's okay with everyone? Because that is a good point, and
yeah, well,
it
we
should
can,
be part of that
if we don't do
conversation.
time, put it on a future agenda, but I think we need to set a
Well,
date.
we have a
that
contract negotiation.
make
later,
sense.
so
Oh, that's
we'll
right.
bring this back up. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. So how I want to do well, I guess I didn't really think about this. So I assume we have to read all of our
You don't
responses.
have to, no, you can present them, like
I just-
summarize. I think last year there were some summaries.
You
May
know,
I
I
make a
just said
suggestion? I just feel like, so we've already had a 3-hour meeting, we're at 9 PM now. And what I would like to do is, so I haven't, just so everyone knows, I did not see Selectman Goulart's evaluation, I did not see Selectman Pacheco's, they did not see mine, and they did not see each other's, right?
This is all
We all
brand
came
new.
in and we all did ours, and the town administrator was given time to see them and digest, if you will. But what I think might be more productive is maybe I'll give the floor to my colleagues, like we'll each take a turn, and maybe we could just give our highlights, or highlights meaning you've done this well, or here's where I think you could improve a little bit, and this is my score that I gave you, and here's why. I think that might be better than reading. How do you feel about that?
I'm fine. I
Because
actually,
you
so-
are in question, so you have a say.
Sure. So I have the benefit of actually being able to read all of them. So I will say that I'm fine with them. I value the feedback. I use it to change and adapt, and I actually agree with almost everything in them. And the three of you and myself, we were all in the same kind of sphere with each of these topics. So each of these criteria. I don't really have any questions. I agree. Mr. Pacheco, I didn't have any goals from you, but I think that might be because we don't know what's going on with the goals.
So this was a no, so here's what.
Right, I put them in because I didn't know what to do. So
No,
that's
so I
a
put them in
conversation
too.
we have to have.
But I put them in, I get why you wouldn't, because it sounded like at our last conversation, like because they were no longer part of the contract, they didn't need to be done. But I thought we had agreed that we would still give them, but they weren't part of like a meriting, like no,
And so we also
like
talked,
that was taken out.
we
That
spoke
was-
broader about not requiring goals for anybody, including myself. So I put them in because I put my employee goals because I didn't know where we were at. When I saw that, I was like, okay, I think I'm on the same page as like with Stephen. But then there were goals given. So I will continue to, should everything continue, I would continue to put forward the initiatives by the 5-year plan, and I'd like us to update that plan every so often as appropriate. And so we would work together to set the policy initiatives and accomplish things. But I would still set my own personal goals, just how I operate. That's how I organize what I need to get done. So I just gave you a couple of items from me, which for the public's benefit, one is to accomplish at least one project in a hazard mitigation plan, and the other is to develop procurement guides for department heads, which I think would just be a useful tool. So
Did you
some-
like those? Those
I'm
goals?
okay with it, I can set a goal, so.
you can take one of those.
Well, I'm curious to know like what you would, I want to, if, when
And I'm done.
the
That's all I
town
wanted to say.
administrator is completed, you'll have the floor, so you can,
So
whatever you'd like to.
all I wanted to
remark.
state is that I welcome the feedback. I believe that you always grow and learn regardless of how old you are, how long you've been doing something. And I just want to, I like evaluations because it sounds weird, but I like to know where I stand. I do much better when I understand the other side and what they're saying, what they're thinking, and how my performance, in this case my performance, is being perceived. So I value the feedback in here. I take it and I alter, I guess, as needed. So, and again, I just want to say that we were all basically on the same page, which is a good thing.
Before I move to this side of the table, I did want to ask you, I assume, at least I will have feedback for you, right? And I will have good stuff, and then I will say, here's where I think you could improve. But I guess my question is, where do you think that we could improve in terms of maybe our relationship, the support that we give you in your role as town administrator? Is there anything, and I know that we don't do before, like we're not evaluated, but do you feel like you are getting the support you need to be effective in your role as town administrator?
I won't answer that right now. No, I would like to have more regular conversations with all of you. We were meeting when you were chairman every week, and we would talk. Nancy comes in, Selectman Goulart comes in around 4 o'clock, 4:30, and I know she's always hard pressed for time, so I try to grab her before she leaves. But I would like to have
I guess, designated times for each of you to talk about what's going on, just sort of keep those lines of communication open for all three, regardless of who's the chairman or chairperson. So that's my one thing. Other than that,
Yeah, that's fine.
just to have that time, whether it's like a working lunch or coffee or whatever, now that things are open again. So I just want to set that up. But other than that, like the assistants, I had told you that this pandemic is really taking everything and I won't be able to achieve the business guide. It's just not going to happen. And I had things in such disarray and I gave them to organize them. So that was very helpful. I mentioned in my own evaluation, my self-evaluation, that I want to delegate more. We've already started that, and I've been working with Leanne specifically to help get me a little bit more organized so that when they need to find something in my office, it's not like, okay, go to this file cabinet, go down, it's about halfway through, like everything is starting to already being labeled, we're putting stuff into binders. So we're trying to,
That's
it looks
really awesome.
so much better. And so that way anybody coming in with, a reason to come in can find what they need, and it's organized and it's not just related to how I myself organize my work. So we're making changes there. I definitely, I was upset with my attitude for probably the last 2.5 months. I was stressed out. I mean, this pandemic is hard. And to watch all of the town really commit a lot of time and effort and not be able to take time off and not be able to take a break and still not struggle, but still keep up with the current level of service that we all want to give. It was hard. It was hard to absorb all of that and watch people come in and work really hard with really no one, in the thick of it, in the peak, really no end in sight. So I'm happy to be able to see some of these other projects go forward, that we're gonna fix a garage door, where Jim has a list of things, so it's nice for us to get back to normal, I guess. So that's where I'm probably most disappointed in myself, but I'll give myself a pass. It was a global
What do
crisis.
you feel like you can just must be?
I know,
But that being
I'll be
said,
done, please
the
go.
self-deprecating portion of your statement is now concluded, and we're moving on to Selectman Pacheco, sir.
Yes. So, I am super impressed how you dealt with the pandemic, because that was something that was never planned, I'm sure. There was certain things, tragedies and everything else when I became chairman that I never anticipated. But the pandemic is something that I would never, it's 100 years. My mother was alive the first time we had the pandemic, so 1918. But it's been a challenge, and I think you've done it very well. I do feel that you've been stressed. And I hope that we're not the ones that's making you more stressful.
No.
But you
would
have
have
Situation.
you have for the most part, you've been very professional. You've guided us. I'll speak for myself. You've guided me through this whole pandemic, and you've given us good thoughts and ideas and everything else. I did score you less than I did the last time. I think I scored you the highest of everybody. I think I scored you higher than yourself, and I had to take a seat back and say, "What am I doing here?" So I hope you don't feel
There's
like
gotta be something here wrong.
So I found no. So I think I was a little bit more realistic, and maybe I should have scored you even a little higher than I actually did. I'm looking at different things, but I feel that you're on top of the job. I honestly would hate to lose you, so I would hope that you would continue to work with us, even though we sometimes don't always agree, but that's our job. I mean, we have different roles than what you have.
Right.
But you've been very professional in your job, and I'm just so glad that I had nothing to do with you being hired. I'm glad that those that did hire you, and I think it's a benefit to the town. I've learned a lot from you. I would like to start rescheduling those meetings with you. I think that I know I found it very helpful when we went through the agenda, but we discussed other things that were before the town. And I mentioned to you before that I'm not chairman now, so we won't be meeting. I was kind of disappointed that we wouldn't be meeting, but I would like to start that again. I don't want to talk about your time. It won't be going through the whole agenda like, we spend an hour going through the stuff. We'll be less time, but there was concerns that you might want to bring to my attention and vice versa, and I think we would benefit from that. And I'm sure I'm sure Brett, as the chair, is talking to you, but Mrs. Goulart would also benefit from that also. we can discuss at some point what the schedule will be in,
You know, I've already filled the 10 at 10 spot, the bread.
So I wanted to, before I want to go to, well, first of all, I want to give the town administrator a chance to respond, and then I want to go to Selectman Goulart. I do just want my colleagues to know that I think you both had been meeting weekly. I asked the town administrator if we could just meet on the Monday of a week when there's going to be a meeting to go over the agenda. So perhaps that has cleared up some time in the off week, if you will, where she could meet with the other members of the board. When I was not the chairman, when I was just a board member, we were doing like a monthly touch base meeting. And I felt that that was really helpful. So did you want to
I
respond?
will say thank you. I think Dayton has had, there's things that have happened here during my time that certainly I would not have guessed ever. And so I think, you know, it's mentioned in here specifically in a lot of Selectman Goulart's words that she'll expand on, I'm sure, about the team. That was very apparent from day one, and I like that, and I want that to continue, and I think it's very important, and Dayton has a lot to show for their team. A lot has happened and occurred and been accomplished, so I thank you for your remarks, that's nice. I'm very happy to have found Dayton. I very much think it was a divine intervention a little bit, that it took a little bit of time to get in place, because I needed to get ready to be here. So, yes, I'm very pleased to be here, and I've enjoyed my time. Thank you for your comments.
and you've accomplished a lot. In 2.5 years, people don't realize it. We're talking 2.5 years, and you have just the policies. I was overwhelming because we can talk about the policies that you have, but that's good. I mean, that's something that you should be doing, and I was impressed with that. So I won't take any more time.
No, you can say whatever you want.
I'm off.
You done, sir?
I'm all set.
Selectman Goulart, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I want to just focus on some comments that I made in general. First, I'm going to talk about, I listed one goal. And having been involved with the development of this evaluation form and have used it now a couple of times, I'm recommending, give her a goal, that we revise the evaluation criteria for the town administrator. And I'm suggesting that it's the town administrator and I who will work on this to make some changes and bring it back to the board. And the reason I'm making those changes, or suggested that that be a goal, is that as I worked through this and thought about what has happened over the few years, I felt that in the case of the town administrator, she's the only person that I evaluate. And I'm not suggesting that we change the form entirely, because we use this form for everybody. But I think we could further customize the evaluation form of the town administrator, because I think there are terms in there like performs duties with limited assistance. Well, I honestly believe after this time has gone by, somebody in her position to be evaluated on that is kind of silly, because at this point in time, it's
I'm sure
I don't mean this to be derogatory to anybody that is evaluated in this area, but to me, it's low-level administration, and that's not the function or the performance level that the town administrator operates at. So, so that was one comment. Another thing is we have a section called dependability, and I'm looking to change that to reliability because of the actual definition. It's fine to have dependable employees. It is really significant to have those that you consider reliable. Reliable, again, is a higher level of recognition, performance, and everything else. And they are kind of interconnected, but again, I think now reliability is a term more fitting with the performance and the position. We're talking about executive position, all right? So this was some of my thoughts as I went through this, because I thought, well, this doesn't really fit. The level is up here, and I'm kind of the form is down here, so anyhow, that's one of my thoughts. As far as the actual goals that she had set, as far as I'm concerned, her goals.
Okay.
Business guide and organizational chart. As far as I'm concerned, that has been met.
Yeah.
We have a, what do you call it, a draft form or approved for review or whatever you call it. We have a document and it's available, people can look at it and we may get some more resident feedback, you know. So, the minimum maintenance bylaw, when I said that I'll take that back and work with Tom, it's a conundrum. And the work she did on it, she gave to us.
Yep.
Okay? And when we've had the time, we've been building on it. And we're going to be coming back with, okay, we took everything from every source, and this is what we want you to look at. And then we're going to be saying, you're going to be saying, okay, what about that? So this is not going to be a quickie for the next town meeting. It's,
No, I understand.
extremely,
And it's been a work.
it's
It's
extremely
been a work in progress.
complicated because of some of the legal language.
We'd
and,
rather it be done thoroughly, as you know.
And we also know that currently as things exist, we aren't having a problem.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll quiet
so,
the Western part.
Mr. Ferry knows what he can do and what he can't do, but on advice of council, we should have a bylaw, so that's why that is out there. Yeah, the policy manual, that's going, it's, so much of it's done, and periodically, like tonight, we said maybe we should have a policy about, and we come up with a new one. So that's, you know, and I know asset tracking is in the works, so I think as far as the goals go, in my opinion, they've all been accomplished. I think that I have commented on it. I agree with what she said about quality of work. I absolutely agree with what she said. I have said from day one, the workload for the job is too much for one person. There needs to be assistance. I think members of the Board of Selectmen need to take on more, I don't know, I'm not saying take duties from her.
I agree with you. If you.
And I don't want to offend anybody, but when Mr. Cronin left the board, we ceased having what I considered to be a fully working Board of Selectmen. And it just seemed like all of the work got dumped onto the TA. And I said from day one, you can't manage that kind of a workload. And the only way you can get it done is you have assistance, whether it's in the form of support staff, which Mrs. Brady and we now have a part-time who's going to have more hours coming up. But I think that I know that you've been working on projects. I don't know what Ken works on with the town administrator, but I work independent, but she knows what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay? Because, quite frankly, if I dump that kind of stuff on anybody, it's enough to drive you nuts. You've got to keep everything going. You got to keep everything going. You got to manage day to day. You got to keep all this going. However, in all honesty, you are not totally responsible for that because there's an elected board who's totally responsible for that operation. So my position is, then the board has to be involved and help with the load. Okay, and as I said, I know you've done projects in the past. You came on when Selectmen Menzies left. Okay,
Yes.
so we had projects and stuff, but anyhow, it's just something we all have a responsibility for our day-to-day operation of the town. The actual duty falls to one person.
I agree. And to keep track of
But
the
you
progress.
can't dump all the work on
No,
one
no.
person. Everybody's got to have a part and say, okay, here's what I did, okay, and, you know, so this helps in this area. What else? Is there anything else I can do? So that's just what I'm trying to say.
I look at it as a and I'm not going to steal your time, so I can interrupt, but I look at it more as like a partnership. Like we have the same goal. Where do you need me to pick up? Like Madam Administrator just was dealing with the pandemic response. I saw that the business guide, she had a really strong outline with, I could see exactly where she was going with it. I picked up a few extra facts, put them in, and then we had the business guide And it's just that partnership of, I'll pick up where you leave off, that type of
Yep.
relationship.
And so, like I say, I think, I'm looking at, for the first time, obviously, I'm seeing the other evaluations, and I'm saying we're all pretty close
Oh, yeah.
as far as whatever, but I mean, so my only request is that the board do consider some
Updates?
we need to,
Revisions.
we're gonna make, I don't want to offend anybody that gets evaluated. We need some more fine tuning on this form as it relates to using it to evaluate the town administrator. It's the best way I can put it. I have no concerns about using it across the board. By the same token, if you accept my recommendation that she and I sit down and go through this again, and she says, you know what, when I evaluate other town employees, this particular thing is something I think needs tweaking. That's good too. I mean, so we may end up with making that, but like I say, these are things that I thought about as I worked through it. So those were my comments.
And Madam Administrator, did you have anything?
Nope. Actually, I made notes on some people are going to review this that I agree with not that specific point. I mean, I have no idea, but I have no problem sitting down and revising this further. That's fine to me. I agree that some of these little data points under each criterion are a little menial, even for,
They're
like,
redundant.
not just for me,
They're
but like,
redundant. Did you notice that?
if I need to evaluate Mrs. Brady or the police chief or the fire chief, some of them are a little bit basic. And so I completely see
Right.
that.
And when we started the process, we said, we're gonna try it for a year, and we'll try it for a year. And we may, as we work through this, make changes. So I think we're both, and I think that the four of us for that matter, I think having worked with it for a few times, I think we can say, yeah, it needs a little tweaking here and there. Yeah, I agree.
So one thing that struck me here, and I just want it really publicly stated that it was about team members should feel confident as part of the team that they can speak to the TA without being asked. I completely agree with that statement. I try to make myself available, and I hope I am not providing this image that I'm not approachable. So I just want to publicly say there's nothing to say against Selectmen Goulart or anything like that. I value feedback, but I just want people to know if you have something to say, I'm definitely willing to listen, regardless of what it is. And so that's it.
You know, and along those lines, sometimes some people like you to ask for an opinion. I will take opinions from anybody, and if I don't hear them, I'll say, what do you think? All right? But some people are not willing to be open and say, gee, you know what I was thinking about, da-da-da, you know? So it's recognizing those who will come forward willingly and those that you'd love to hear from that maybe have an idea, but it's just not, without being asked, they won't express it, so.
No, definitely something to deal with that. Absolutely.
Okay. Regarding my evaluation, so I don't know even where to start. Okay. Obviously, I feel like you are knowledgeable and skilled, or else I never would have voted to have you be our first town administrator. So for me, that went without saying. Also, quality of work, I think, speaks for itself. Planning and organization, I think the fact that you are able to accomplish things consistently and get things done tells me that you are good at being self-motivated, but also organizing and planning so that you can manage your time efficiently to get those things done. The only dependable, reliable, that's without saying, you are obviously independent. I think the only area of improvement that I have for you, and it's sort of something I said last time, which was, I know how it feels when you put your best foot forward into something and you put all this time into something, and then the feedback you get is maybe not what you were expecting. I know that that hurts, right? Because we've all been there. We've all put time into something and then it didn't, for whatever reason, materialize in the end, and it was felt like a lot like wasted time. But I guess what I want you to know is, I definitely listen to you when you give recommendations. I probably, if you were to do an analysis, take your recommendation upwards of 90% of the time. But I just don't want you to feel like when your recommendation is not taken, that it is some sort of indictment on your knowledge of whatever it is, or your just expertise in the field. I think for a select person, there are different considerations, and I know you know this because you have worked in this field a long time and also worked on Beacon Hill. So you know when a big decision needs to get made, all the different considerations that go. There are political considerations, there are just public service, logistical considerations, technical considerations. And I just don't want you to ever feel like when the board goes a different direction, that means that we or me personally didn't value your opinion. It's just, there are other considerations sometimes, and I hope that you know that, I guess. Because sometimes I get a sense, and maybe I'm wrong, but I get a sense like a little bit like a dismay, like a, okay, you know, and I just don't, and maybe I'm reading too much into it. Do you get what I'm trying to say here? It is the way it is. And I told you, and you remember in the interview, when she came in and Selectman Taylor made fun of me, he said, why do you ask everyone that comes in here whether they're going to be okay with carrying out a directive that they didn't agree with? That's why I asked it. Because I needed to know that the person who was going to fill that important role was going to be someone who understood that, and I know you do, that they weren't always going to be followed in terms of the counsel they give professionally. So
no, you're making perfect sense. I think I've been spoiled a little bit that you do follow my recommendations generally, and so when you don't, to me, I'm like knocked off kilter. When I left West Bridgewater, the chairman at the time had said to me, your greatest strength is your greatest weakness. I said, oh, what's that? Like, I thought he was going to make fun of me as like a teasing. He said, no, you care.
yeah.
And I need to care, but not care at the same time. I do. I put 110% into my work. I love my job. I like what I do. I like dealing with people. I like seeing results of a grant or some major thing happen, and seeing that project from start to fruition. So I do just care a little bit too much. So the passion is good, the enthusiasm is good, but it has a little bit of a fire to it that I need to extinguish.
I think it comes from a good place of like advocacy, like you really feel strongly about it, but I guess if it were me, how I would like to think I would approach it is like, okay, I gave them the good advice, I gave them my best opinion, and the decision is theirs at the end of the day, and you're still going to go home and see your beautiful kids and your husband and make dinner or whatever, and your life will go on. And I'm not telling you to care a little less. I just want you to understand, like, and really know that that's not like a decision that gets made with you in mind in terms of, well, she just didn't know what she's talking about. We know you know what you're talking about. There's other considerations, there's just people you know who care really strongly about it, reach out to you and tell you before a meeting, like, hey, I really care about this will negatively impact me. Like, those conversations happen behind the scenes, and that should happen that way. And so I feel like I'm belaboring the point, but I just wanted you to know that.
So you had mentioned something like this on a previous evaluation, but it wasn't stated with this sort of back explanation. And so over the course of time, like, you've sort of expounded on it and understood a little bit better. So it is something I completely recognize it. But again, I'm just really passionate about what I do and what I think should happen. But definitely I'm not the chief decision maker.
And I don't mean it like that, like, this is a reminder.
No, and I know that.
It's just, I just don't want your morale to be dependent upon us voting on your recommendations, that's all.
Always agree.
Yeah.
You know, and I just want to piggyback off of that because when we as a Board of Selectmen have made decisions that weren't either in complete agreement with the town administrator, or maybe it was, I don't know, it was different. I think we, as individuals and longtime residents of the town, and on top of that being the Board of Selectmen, we tend to make decisions that are, this is going to sound strange, they're Dayton decisions. You know what I mean about a Dayton decision? Because you've been around so long and you know so many people and you look at everything from every angle, it doesn't mean what you proposed isn't correct, isn't right, isn't whatever. But I guess it comes with time, and you will develop this with time. We have a feel for the people we represent, and I think at times, whether it's a money issue or some other kind of issue, we take all the facts in and we put it all together and we discuss it, and then if it's not exactly what you recommended, it's because of our own experiences, and again, I don't know how else to, I call it a Dayton decision. I don't know how else to explain it. There's so much involved with each of us that it comes into our decision, the decisions we make and our ability to make decisions. And as I say, if you're around long enough, it'll come.
I think also, I mean, there are certain topics that I definitely have a very strong opinion on, and there are others that I'm just, okay.
Yeah, I
And so
can
when I
tell.
tilt into the, I feel very strongly about that, I guess I'm just trying to impress upon the three of you in some way, and it's hard in a public meeting, but to impress upon you just how important I believe this issue to be. And the hope is that you respect my opinion enough to not make me sway you in that sense, but respect my opinion enough to say, wow, she's really feeling strongly about this, I wonder why, or, you know, what's the reasoning behind it, and weigh your decision that way. And I think that's where some of my frustration with certain decisions have lied, but again, it makes complete sense. I know exactly what you mean by a Dayton decision. I've only been here for 2.5 years, so.
I'm sure you're getting to that point.
I'm
where
obsessed.
you're starting to know what people think about things before you even hear it.
If you were on a committee in your own community, finance committee, school committee, you name it, you would have that kind of feeling, and it would enter into your thought process and your decision process, because you're a townie and you understand the people and your friends in town and that whole thing. So it's almost an intangible. But I think my two colleagues understand what I'm saying about a Dayton decision. I mean,
taking in all those unique factors from the community.
And trying to do the right thing for the best reasons, in the best interest of as many people in town. You can't satisfy everybody. But the goal is, what is best for the town of Dayton? That's what I'm striving for. And obviously you are too. So when we don't always agree or go in a different direction, I think we're all still trying to do the same thing.
If I could just belabor this and make this meeting go on longer.
You sure can.
Hey, if you ask for money, I'm giving away money today.
$10 increments.
As I've said too many times, I was a probation officer for 35 years. I brought probationers who I sent them back to court for violation of their probation thousands of times. I would make recommendations to the judge. Sometimes he or she would agree with me, sometimes they wouldn't. I've seen probation officers get upset with the judge, throw their folders on the table. I would walk away. I would vent with my colleagues who are in the office, but I would never show, that I was upset. And as time went on, and more years, the judge got to respect me more and would listen more to my recommendations. And I was able, towards the end of my career, to tell probationers, you violate your probation, this is what I'm going to recommend. And I'm telling you the judge is going to agree, and 99% of the time they agree with me. So maybe it's just, and the disadvantage that you have is that the judges are always changing on you.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I've had judges for 10, 15 years, which was, so they get comfortable with you, you get comfortable with them. This board, quite frankly, won't be the same board 5 years from now, 10 years from now, or whatever, so you're at a little disadvantage, but I have to concur with what Brett was saying. We have to finally say we have to, look at things a little differently than you. I absolutely listen to your recommendations, and I always take that into consideration, but we have the final say, and as Mrs. Goulart said, we do have some history in town, and most of the time I'm thinking about how the residents are going to react to this. Is it good or bad or whatever? And we have to take that into consideration. Nothing to do with being elected or re-elected, it's just that you know the feeling of the community, and you want to make sure that they understand where you're coming from. So.
And just that's I feel very strongly, I know there's some people who say like, oh, that person just puts their finger to the wind and figures out. I kind of disagree, because I feel like our real job, one job at the end of the day, is just to represent the most people in town that we can. And it stunts because I've had to, or not had to, but I felt like I should vote ways that personally I probably wouldn't have, like if it were just me voting for myself in a voting booth. But because you have that responsibility of like, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, I know you know this, but you have that responsibility and you just feel like, okay, I should do this because it's going to benefit the most amount of people at this time. So we appreciate you.
Best interest.
And I just
of the town.
wanted to, exactly.
Best interest of the town.
And I just wanted that to be stated, and you probably already knew that, but it's just like, it should be stated and it should be made public that like, this happens sometimes, and your opinion is, for me, and it sounds like for everyone, like we do listen to it every single time. And I weighed it heavily, but sometimes when you're aware of a certain issue or something happens in a certain area, you know the people that live over there and they've told you about it, and then that's what becomes the biggest priority. Yeah.
And I think that's why I say that it's spoiled, that generally you do go along with it, but I appreciate the fact gathering. I've switched my tack on some other things, and it seems to get a conversation in a better, positive way. So, yeah.
Did you have anything else? Because I am now done. Yeah.
But thank you
Yeah.
all for the discussion, the discourse, and the time.
Thank you.
I think
Very much.
Karen, I think I'm going to sign one of those. That's my copy.
That's the original, but I have to sign the original.
Yeah, I don't think I signed. I think I have to.
Oh, and then, my goals.
The one I did, if I didn't sign it, I'll sign it.
I did just want to mention what my goals were. I don't know if anyone read them. So I put 1, assist with the remaining 3 projects in our initial Green Communities designation grant. That's happening regardless. And then 2 was to assist the administrative assistant in assuming web and social media content management responsibilities. Again, something that we had agreed upon. It was budgeted, and we were going to start doing on July 1st anyway. Okay. So that concludes that. There was just a
And
moment.
everybody, the board agrees to Selectmen Goulart's work. and we're gonna
Yes,
get
oh,
together
let's
and
vote on that,
revamp.
because we usually vote when we do projects.
We're gonna revamp.
So I will entertain motions regarding allowing, or permitting rather, Selectmen Goulart to work with the town administrator on updating and revising the performance evaluation form. Taylor.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Okay, next on the agenda, and bear with me just a moment, I have to reopen it up here, is to ratify and sign the police chief contract for fiscal year 2021 through 2022. So this was approved in executive session, and now we must, or we should ratify it here in open session here.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we ratify and sign the contract with Chief McDonald for FY 21-22.
I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we, you're going to say something, Mr. Chairman?
No, I was just gonna, for this one, Selectman Pacheco, I think there's a typo. This one should say FY21 through FY23, correct?
right.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
I'll make a motion to ratify the fire chief's contract for fiscal year 2021 through 2023.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Next on our agenda this evening under new business is to approve the contract with Vagar. We did have this, here, let me just scroll it, it's just takes me a second. So we did have this document prepared by Vagar, sent to our town treasurer regarding their products and services for the period of July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. Madam Administrator, did you want to highlight anything?
All
with
I want to
Vagar?
say, just that this is our accounting software in case the folks at home are unaware, and not really a lot of complaints on it, so I don't see a reason to change. I know that the town accountant has some suggestions and such for expanding services in this area, but at this point in time, there's no formal recommendation to change gears.
May I ask you a quick question? So, I could very well, my memory on this may not be correct and may not be serving me well right now, but I thought that, wasn't there some sort of issue with sewer, didn't the sewer department was incompatible? Did that get
It
flushed
did through a
out?
grant, actually. The
Okay.
Community Compact IT grant
Mhm.
allowed us to migrate 5 years of data for the sewer department and then transition their billing software onto the Vagar platform, so that there was no more handwritten and hand-done calculations and interest for late payments and things like that. It's all done by machine now.
Okay.
So, yes, we
And-
thank the sewer commission for going along with that, 'cause that helps us.
Selectman Goulart? Did you have just any comments, questions about the Vagar thing?
No.
Okay. Selectman Pacheco?
No, just the
Mhm.
cost, is that?
Is that the
it's
21?
sideways.
Yeah, it's tough. Can I make a request?
Sorry, yeah.
When we put these items in the packet, I know when you scan them, they scan sideways, but you can go into the PDF viewer and rotate it to be vertical. That should be done because it's like impossible to view this electronically, and if we're trying to get other people to want to do this,
We gotta
then we
make it-
should make it easy for them.
So you can just squeeze it in.
So I'll make a motion that we approve the contract for Vagar.
Do you mind just
Sorry.
stipulating the price?
Cost summary. Oh, see,
That total figure is $21,834.33 for 3 years of the contract.
Each year.
Each,
Oh, it's each year?
Yes.
you tried, it was noble.
Second, you want to pass that to
Second.
Ken to
We have
sign?
a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
That's for Ken to sign.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes. Next up on the agenda under new business is review request by the fire chief to declare surplus. Bear with me just a moment and I will very quickly read this.
I can tell you what it is. It's the old Forestry,
Yes,
Forestry
Forestry
One
One.
truck.
Yep.
It'll be parked at the transfer station on Tremont Street. And we are actually in the works of holding or trying to hold another auction. So at your
Yes,
next
that was my
meeting-
one question. Because he said specifically dispose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
It
my
disposed by
question.
auction. You can
Oh, okay, good. I was very confused. I'm like, but why would we just, can we try to sell it first?
So there are a variety of vehicles on this list, and we'll put it all together. And July 8th is what I think Jim and I worked out to bring it forward.
Okay, perfect.
That little black and white truck, it's up there, it's like, it's sad, it's all.
I know, it needs a friend. Okay, I will entertain motions regarding Forestry One.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we grant permission for one Ford 1995 F-350, formerly Forestry One, to be declared surplus and for the town to dispose it by appropriate means.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. We have to review and act on several budget transfer requests. Mrs. Grady, thank you so much for giving us this updated budget request from the Board of Health, or for the Board of Health rather. The first one, which is the updated one, is a transfer from the treasurer's health benefits budget line to the Board of Health, one, professional and technical line, two, recycling collection line, and three, hazardous map disposal. And so that is what we are here considering. And obviously, it ended up being more expensive to do all these things, which is why they need more money.
Specifically, because they received such a great response.
Which is a good problem to have when people are recycling. And I know it's more expensive to recycle than to throw trash out, but we want people to recycle, so I'm going to support this tonight. And I will entertain any motions, if there are no questions, of course, regarding this transfer request.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the year-end transfer request from the treasurer to transfer $13,300 from health benefits account 010-914-705174 to Board of Health, professional and technical, account 010-519-70-5300 in the amount of $3,400. Recycling collection, account 010-433-705292, $7,200. And hazardous material disposal, account 010-433-705295 in the amount of $2,700 and a grand total of $13,300.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Next is a budget transfer request from Animal Control. And just a moment. This budget request is regarding a transfer from the treasurer from 3 different funds. I'm sorry. Am I on the wrong one?
Yeah,
Where is the Animal
we
Control
did
one?
that. Animal control is the third one down. The next,
Here it is. Yes, police department for additional equipment to replace the shortfall after obtaining the.
okay, there is one,
Sorry.
there is another one from the treasurer.
You can do that one if you want next.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to do it. It doesn't
We
matter.
we got 3 from the treasurer, is that correct?
Yeah, and there's one for the town nurse, right?
One of the treasurer, yes,
There's
one of
three.
the treasurers got replaced.
So the
Yes,
first one,
we already just
we
did that
just
one.
did it.
Yeah.
The
So
second
the
one
next
is
one
the
is the
town
town
nurse.
nurse.
That's the treasurer to the Board of Health.
Yes.
And then there's the treasurer to the Board of Selectmen. And then there's the police department animal control.
Yes.
I got 4 here.
Yep, there's 4. Commingled
Are
billing.
there 4?
There should be 4.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the transfer from the treasurer, the amount of $5,200 from the health benefits account 010-914-705174 to the Board of Health, town nurse account appropriation, account number 010-519-505106 as requested.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Police Department to Animal Control is the one I have.
Chairman,
Mhm.
I almost said Mr. Treasurer.
That's fine too.
I'll get you for that, Mary. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to transfer from the police department $4,000, the energy account 010, what is that, 210?
That's 2, yes.
705210 to animal control, additional
Bless you.
equipment,
Mhm.
account 00292-705850 as requested.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. And the last one, Selectman Goulart?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the transfer from the Treasurer's Department, $10,000 from the benefits health insurance account 010-914-705174 to the Board of Selectmen, communications commingled billing account 010-122-705341 is requested.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Under discussion, is the explanation on this correct? It says communications commingled billing was way over what was budgeted.
It's over.
Way
because-
under.
Well,
They're
Oh,
receiving
yes.
funds.
no, our actual bills came in over what was budgeted.
They
but this is-
overexpended.
But this is because the police department was supposed to pay for their own phones, but they didn't. We just got the bills, it was too much work to siphon off police department from the Comcast
Mhm.
bill, so it wasn't worth it, so we said, fine, we'll take this on. You had previously approved a transfer from the police department's budget into this. I'm surprised to see treasurer, because Leanne and I did discuss police, but maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
But this is because we weren't anticipating originally to fund the police station's phone system.
Okay.
But we are now.
Anything else under discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. Next, we have to review and act on the Selectmen's annual appointments. And so, first of all, let's mention, whoever did this in blocks should be commended. So whoever redid this whole thing, thank you very much. It is got cumbersome, yes. So remember how when you tried to do it in blocks, it took forever to figure it out because some people would be on the next page and it was all double spaced and so
Every
big.
year we get a little better.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. Okay, so we will start, and I would love to do these in blocks, and I will let you guys, let my team, my colleagues, take it away regarding motions for reappointment.
I can't do the first one, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Done.
I will okay, I'm going to nominate the first 4 categories. Okay, and then my colleague can start with the agent to the Board of Health. Is that okay with you, Mr. Pacheco?
What was the last thing you
She's
said?
just gonna do the first 4, you can
Oh,
start
okay,
at
sure.
agents to the Board of Health.
Karen, everybody on this list needs to be reappointed. We don't have any
Yes.
people
We don't have
that.
any that
Oh,
don't.
you filtered them out too? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you. No, that, people
That's
don't
streamlined.
understand.
Remember the yellow lines?
Yes, oh,
Anyhow.
this is awesome.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Jonathan Gale and Kenneth Pacheco be appointed to the ADA Commission, be appointed as members to the ADA Commission for terms of 3 years each, that Jonathan Gale be appointed the ADA Coordinator for a term of 1 year, that Leanne Kerwin be appointed Administrative Assistant to the Board of Selectmen for 1 year, and that Mallory Aronstein be appointed Administrator of Insurance for 1 year. The 1-year appointments will end June 30th, 2021, and the 2 3-year appointments will end June 30th, 2023.
I'm gonna step down and second that motion. Discussion?
Just want to make a comment
Mhm.
regarding my appointment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a voting member, I'm the Board of Selectmen's liaison person for the ADA Commission.
Thank you. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes. There was one abstention for the record, Mrs. Brady. Agent to the Board of Health.
I'll make a motion that the agents of the Board of Health, that James Aguiar, Kevin Bernardo, Susanna Medeiros, Pat Collins, Alice Susan, and Pamela Waller be appointed for 1 year to those positions. I'll also include in my motion the agents of the Board of of Selectmen, James Aguiar, be appointed for 1 year, and that the Agricultural Commission as a non-voting member, my motion is that President Office be appointed for a 3-year term, and that Leah Harold Brown be appointed for a 3-year term, and that the American Disabilities Act Committee, how is that different from the commission? Is that?
I don't know, I'm confused. I don't have.
No, I think that should be removed.
Okay, so I'm not going to address that. The Animal Control Officer, Stacy Ferrer, be appointed for a 1-year term, and that the Board of Health members, Kevin Bernardo, Thomas Byers, and Matthew Tanis, be appointed for 1 year.
Can I suggest an amendment?
Sure.
Mrs. Brady, so there's one person, and we also forgot, temporarily they were on the Agricultural Commission as a non-voting member, Kelly Pina. She should also be there, because she's on the commission with us, so.
What is that name?
Kelly Pina, and she's also a non-voting AgCom member.
Is it PINA?
Yes.
And is it a 3-year term?
Yes.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Is there a reason the Board of Health is not a 3-year term with staggered terms and that they're all 1 year?
Because
They're just-
the way it was the history,
Oh,
if
sorry.
I recall, is there was an article to separate them, and then there was like a separate article on whether they were going to be appointed or elected, and that was how the article was written. I believe you made an amendment on the floor that it would just be 1-year terms and they would be appointed. Right?
But it was,
Something
they
like
wanted to be elected, and it would have been staggered
Staggered.
3 years, and I amended it to appointed, and yeah, that's what.
I like it
1-year
the
term,
year.
so I'm just asking because you can't change it unless we go back to town meeting. So it's
I don't-
specified on the floor that. you-
I believe it was, but when you have a chance, check that out, Karen.
I would just suggest.
I only want to appoint them for 1 year.
I'm
That's
just
how I-
thinking for like stability.
No,
You
but
don't
see, the
lose
problem
everybody.
is if a mistake gets made, now we've made it more difficult to rectify that because we don't have year appointments. Not that we usually reappoint everyone, I mean, that no one's ever not, I don't think ever been not reappointed at one of these meetings, so. That's just, we can have that conversation.
No,
I'm
that's
definitely
fine. We need
open to
more
having that
Well,
conversation.
and you know, and I think the carryover year after year after year, when we were one board, we were elected for 3-year terms, and you were automatically Board of Health.
Yes.
Because there wasn't a separate one, so you
Yeah.
were automatically 3 years.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, but if you would check that, Mrs. Brady, just to make
I
sure.
just think so not everybody expires at the same time, but it's,
But most of the
Literally
appointed
just-
positions are 1 year, so it's like we still have to have this long meeting with these.
Yeah.
oh no, this doesn't go away, but the stability of the board.
I just want to be mindful that we have no more pages.
Yes, correct. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye with the amendment of Kelly Keenan for the AgCom.
Was there a second?
I think we're voting on the amendment. Yes, I thought we
Yes,
did.
yes.
So this is the vote on the amendment to add Kelly Keenan to the AgCom as a non-voting member. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. And now on the original motion, which includes the 5 blocks through Board of Health. Do we have a motion?
No, you amended
now we're
that,
calling
so just
the
call the vote.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
You want to do the next two, Mr. Pacheco?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Susan Lorenz, the Board of Registers, for a term of 3 years, and that we appoint Nancy Goulart to the Bristol County Advisory Board for a term of 1 year, and that we appoint Bill Commissioner James Aguiar for a term of 1 year, and Bill Commissioner Assistant Glenn Hathaway be appointed for 1 year, and Bill Inspector Local Glenn Hathaway be appointed for 1 year, and Burial Agent, 3 agents for a 1 year term, Susanna Maderas, Martha Long, and Pamela Waller.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Mark Pacheco, Michael Levine to the Bylaw Review Committee, Kevin Bernardo, Mallory Aronstein, Robert McDonald, Christopher McGee, Timothy Rhines, Kathleen Spencer, and Brett Zografos to the Cannabis Policy Advisory Board, and Barbara Danforth and Arthur Morton to the Cemetery Commission. Paul Reed, full-time, let me back up. All of those appointments were for one-year terms with the exception of the Cemetery Commission members, Barbara Danforth and Arthur Morton. Those are 3-year terms. I appoint Paul Reed, full-time dispatcher, Teresa Costa, communications dispatcher liaison. Let me amend that. Mr. Reed should be communications 911 director / dispatcher. Ms. Costa is communications dispatch liaison. And dispatchers are Paul Bowden, Vanessa Smith, Teresa Costa, Nicholas Farrier, Justin Jackson, Brian Lahane, and Laura Brock Clemens, and those are all one-year appointments.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Thomas Forkin as the Community Preservation Committee at-large member, that Nicholas Voss be appointed as the Community Preservation Committee, the Historical Commission, Karen Robitaille be appointed as the Community Preservation Committee clerk, and that William Fournette goes for 3-year terms. William Fournette, Charles Mello, and Kevin Bernardo be appointed to the Conservation Commission for a 3-year term, and that Louis Fortes, Ian Daly, Jonathan Leo, Daniel Lonnie, Susanna Medeiros, Tyler Medeiros, Stephen Pack, and Matthew Pollux be appointed as constables.
I have a
For
question.
1-year term.
Second.
Wasn't Mr. Bernardo like an associate member?
I
He wasn't
actually
a
just
full
think
member.
He's supposed to be
an
just ad hoc,
Yeah,
like, waiting in
that
the
needs to be
wings.
specified. He's not like a regular member like Mr. Fournette and Mr. Mello.
He's not a voting member.
Is that understood in the motion, Mrs. Brady?
Yep.
Thank you.
Just added.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Thomas Ferry to a 5-year term on the Council of Aging.
Isn't that elected? Why is this on? here?
No, that's appointed. Council on Aging? Appointed.
You sure?
You're thinking of Mrs. Souza on the Housing Authority.
That's
not
what it,
elected.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
you're correct.
Patty Graylish Rust, and Kristen Carnes, Dayton Cultural Council, 3 years each. Dayton Trails Committee, Karen Alves, Robert Aglini, Rachel Bagan, Jeffrey Cavallo, Rachel Conti. Wait a minute, why is there a 0? Oh, all right.
She's serving 0 years on this committee.
That's
It's a big
Republic
tenure.
Regional Agreement Task Force, Edward Swartz, Brett Zografos, Director of Veteran Services, Don Hershey. I'll stop there. Those are all 1-year appointments.
I'll second that motion.
Do we have a motion and a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that motion passes.
I'll make a motion that the Dayton Vote Advisory Finance Committee members be Robert Renton and Nancy Goulart for a term of 1 year. That the Dayton Vote Regional School District Facilities Committee be Jesse Bierman for a term of 1 year. And Dayton Vote Regionalization Study Committee be appointed for 1 year. Christopher Andre, Matthew Argon, Jesse Bierman, Jennifer Dukowski, and Sarah Keats.
I'm going to step down. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, there's one more on the next page.
Okay, my
Oh,
apologies.
there's one more.
Yep.
And Dan Wilder, yes.
I'm going to step down and second that motion. Madam Administrator, under discussion, Mrs. Bierman, this is her 2nd year being on the DR Regional School District Facilities Committee. Do you know how many times they met?
I have no idea, I'm sorry.
Because the last meeting at Selectmen Goulart, I believe you've gone to several of the school committee meetings. Do you recall Dr. Aguiar said something, he alluded to the formation of this committee?
This is the
I don't
one
think
that-
they're up and running.
Didn't
It's
this
been
one
a
have
year.
all the drama about the open meeting law and who
No,
has to?
No,
this is not-
that was like some other subcommittee for some negotiation.
I think this committee was to look at school facilities in both communities and come back with recommendations,
Correct.
because, for example, in Dayton, you know, they said, well, we're gonna have to do something at the middle school, we just, and the
And
quarter.
the elementary.
And
staff.
yes, because those, the addition is supposedly temporary,
Correct.
and you're right, I
Yeah.
can't tell you they're
But
looking at.
this is the one where each community, Dayton and Rehoboth, we both submitted a person
Correct.
from our communities.
Correct.
We had a whole meeting about this where previous chairman Kathy Cooper was there, the Rehoboth Board of Selectmen was there, and there was a lot of stuff surrounding. This is pre-pandemic. This is probably January. Does that make sense?
Okay, so what you're saying is
So
they
it
have
did meet?
met. Yeah, so at least we had a
You-
meeting.
I just remember
Yeah, you're probably
Ken
right.
having to go as chairman and like set up the meeting.
Yes.
But
Do you remember?
this
Yes,
is the
I
one.
remember
This is
this.
the committee. You're looking at me like I'm nuts. I realize.
No, I remember this too.
You
Yeah.
had to
yeah,
meet with Chairman Schwal at the
Yes.
time. Now it's not.
Don't
him.
you remember?
Yes, but that was for the advisory committee.
Oh, yes.
That-
No, you're conflating
Regional
two things. He's right.
Advisory committee, that Mrs. Goulart was on.
Yeah,
Yes.
This is the second one. There were two.
Yeah, but
because
that
we had
was
a whole
about the advisory. So
conversation.
let's take this,
Okay.
first of all. we'll back up.
Yeah,
That was about the advisory committee. This facilities committee has never met, and I know because Dr. Azar said in a meeting recently, he alluded to this committee finally being close to being formed a year and a half later. So I'm assuming they've never met. That's all I was saying. I'm sorry, so let me move on.
yeah, but when Ken
Which-
said that, I remember that, yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Here's why I'm concerned, and I think we need to at least ask where they're at with this, because I went to that NESDEC study, and the middle school is at capacity by like 2021, and the elementary school is back at capacity by 2022. And it could even be I might be wrong in my years, and it's actually 2020 and 2021. We need to check on
It's
that.
also even worse
Well, it's too
now.
late no matter what, but,
And now all of these DESI guidelines, or CDC guidelines is spread apart.
correct.
How
Well-
is anybody doing this?
Well, we were at, yeah. I don't mean to laugh. I guess my concern is I do think we should follow up with this or else it will never get done. And I don't know why it's taken a year and a half, but that, to have a meeting, but that's not.
And just to add, the DR Advisory Finance Committee also has Edward Schwartz on it. So we need to include Edward Schwartz with Robert Rendon and my name.
Can you just make a separate motion? I think we are, oh no, amend it. Yes, we haven't voted yet. We're at the discussion portion.
All right, so, Mr. Chairman, I will amend the motion and add Edward Schwartz to the DR Advisory Finance Committee for 1 year.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second on the amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. Any further discussion on the original motion? The blocks of appointments. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Thomas Ross, Electrical Inspector, Kevin Smith, Assistant Electrical Inspector, Christopher McGee, Emergency Management Director, Thomas Ferry, Emergency Preparedness Committee Member, along with Robert McDonald, Christopher McGee, Todd Pilling, Thomas Pius, Mallory Aronstein, and James Aguiar. All those are all one-year appointments, and fence viewers, James Aguiar and Glenn Hathaway. Fence viewers, field drivers, Carol Beauregard, Joseph Silva. Who was the new assessor?
Eric Easterday.
Eric Easterday.
All right, I'm going to add Eric Easterday because it's the Board of Assessors.
Also, I'm a liaison for the Emergency Preparedness Committee. I'm a non-voting member.
Okay.
Okay.
Duly noted.
And Mrs. Aronstein is a liaison member of Emergency Preparedness Committee. Field liaison, Susanna Medeiros. Forest Master, John Prophet. 40B Committee member, Nelson DeMello, Jonathan Gale, Charles Mello, Thomas Tyers, Jason Quinn, Alice Souza, and Kenneth Pacheco. Those are all one-year terms.
I will step down and second that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll
Just-
oops, sorry. Yes, sir.
I'm just a
Mhm.
liaison person for the 40B committee, not a board member.
Thank you,
No,
sir.
you're the selectman's representative on that. You vote, I hope you vote there.
Yeah.
I have in the past, but I was wondering if I could.
It was legal?
So, yes, you
Every time
are
we
the
vote on this, we
selectmen's
count.
representative to that committee.
Okay, so that's
So
okay.
you're good, yeah, you serve as a
Because there
selectman,
is
yeah.
something that we can't appoint ourselves.
Yes.
Right.
But I would like really feel very strongly about having someone knowledgeable like you actually voting like I want. So
You said
I
that, but I was
support.
like, no,
No, we need you to vote.
Good to know.
Quick confession, well, I haven't in the
And it
past.
was legal, all those votes, folks. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we appoint for one-year term for gas inspector assistant Jane C. Gantra, advisory board representative of the state community operation. Erin Ferry for a one-year term. General volunteer Ronald Smith for a one-year term. Graves officer Christopher Reddy for a one-year term. Harbor master Juan Marino for a one-year term. Harbor master assistant Alexander Alinsky for a one-year term, as well as Mark Duffy and Mark Marino for a one-year term. Historical Commission members Patricia Olson, Nicholas Foss, and Patricia Gales for a one-year term. Inspector of Animals Stacy Ferry for a one-year term. And Insurance Advisory Committee member Paul Reed, Suzanne Medeiros, Mary Hathaway, Thomas Medeiros, Michael Barrowby, Phyllis Haskell, Gary Sanson, Tina Wagner, and Richard Ryan for a one-year term.
Ryan.
Ryan Richards.
Any-
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further
We
discussion?
have an assistant gas inspector. Do we have a,
I
It's
just
better.
emailed Jim, I literally was like, hey, we don't have a full one, so I just emailed him to get a name.
okay.
Are we, oh,
He's
he's
in
in
the process of,
Oh, we can do
Oh,
that.
okay.
We did, that's why I asked that, yes.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I
See,
remember.
doesn't that feel so long ago? We
It
had so
does.
much happen to us
It
since
does.
then.
That's scary.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Zachary Freitas, intern to the Board of Health, Sean Cronin, David Nava, and Jocelyn Tavares to the IT Committee, James Aguiar, Jessica Daly, David Eckerson, Susanna Medeiros, David Neely, James Reddy, Thomas Ferry to the Land Use Committee.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? And the ayes have it. That passes.
I was wondering why Mrs. Goulart stopped.
I figured it out. I'm pretty intuitive.
I nominate Nancy Goulart for the MMA Committee on Energy and Environmental Representation for a one-year term. Mooring Officer Mark Duffy for a one-year term. Municipal Coordinator Right to Know, James Aguiar for a one-year term. Municipal Hearing Officer, Attorney David Gay for a one-year term. Municipal Liaison to the Ethics Committees, Susanna Medeiros for a one-year term. Open Space Committee member Ellen Goulart for a one-year term. And also on that same committee, Thomas Walken, Jessica Daly, and Brett Zografos for a one-year term.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and under discussion, I just wanted to say I am a non-voting member of the Open Space Committee. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Abstentions? And the ayes have it. That motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Susanna Medeiros, parking clerk, Jane Sine, plumbing inspector assistant, and I know we're looking for a plumbing inspector. The following to the police department as patrolmen: Nicholas Barrows, James Studies, Stephen Ferreira, Todd Kazuski, Christopher McGann, Michael Marshall, Jason McGovern, Ryan Richards, Gregory Steele. Police Department Sergeants: Sean Cronin, David Aguiar, George Nichols Jr. Policy Review Board member Mallory Aronstein, Michael Barrowby, Kathleen Ward, James Study, Christopher Reddy, Paul Reed, Jocelyn Tavares. Public Records Access Officer Susanna Medeiros, Public Records Access Officer Assistant Pamela Waller, and Reserve Police Officers Alora Brock Clemens, Joseph Dupont, Jared Jackson, Justin Jackson, Timothy O'Leary, and Aaron Swartz, all for one-year terms.
Second.
Yes, Madam
Just,
Administrator.
we have one person missing from this list, Tyler Hazel.
Oh, yes, from the,
Under,
Yes,
patrolman.
and Tyler Hazel, as a patrolman.
I have another possible amendment. So you see how we have delineated in this appointment list sergeants from patrolmen, vice versa? Do we also, Ryan Richard, he's a detective, does that need to be delineated?
That's what it's called, it's a union job, so he posts it through the union and then that takes care of it.
Okay,
That's-
so we're good?
Yeah, we're
Not
The
delineated?
chief makes that.
Okay.
determination.
Alrighty. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, and this is on the amendment to add Mr. Hazel. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes. And now let's take a vote on the original motion. All those in favor, if there's no more discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, that motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Ray White for a one-year term to the Seals and Weights and Measures, and we appoint to the Soil Conservation Commission, Thomas Ferry, Nancy Goulart, Charles Mello.
Kenneth Pacheco.
Can I do that?
Wait, one of us is gonna have to
You
do
serve
it.
as, anyway, you serve by bylaw.
We
so there's
have to,
nothing you
this
can do about
one's
it.
okay, Ken.
Yeah.
We have no choice.
This is a no choice. Yeah.
Special municipal employee outside, expert appraiser, regular source, sand sourcing for one-year term, special police officer, Roger Duwat, Edward Dutra, and William Perry for a one-year term, circuit representative Robert Woods for a term that expires on May 22nd, 2021. Stormwater Committee, Nancy Goulart, Thomas Pires, Todd Pillins, James Aguiar, Thomas Ferry, and William Finette for a one-year term.
Second?
I'll step. Do you mind if I step down just so you don't have to do it for yourself?
No,
Okay, I'm gonna, you rescind that?
I just did it automatically.
Oh, no, I know. I'm gonna step down and second that. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we appoint Mark Duffy, Taunton River Stewardship Council, Mary Hathaway, Tax Possession Custodian, Albert Enos, Taxation Aid Committee, TIF Review Board Member, Mallory Aronstein, Dave DeRosa, Kahalo.
We need to, yeah, he shouldn't be on there.
Nick Kahalo,
I was gonna say, he resigned. Yep.
Peter Roach. I should clarify, these are all one-year appointments except for Albert Enos, the Taxation Aid Committee is a 3-year appointment. Susan LaRue, Tobacco Control Agent. Seth Baker, Tobacco Control Coordinator. Assistant Town Accountant, Linda McCarron. Town Nurse, Laurie Damaris. Veterans Agent, Don Hershey. Zoning Enforcement Officer, James D. Aguiar. Does Town Accountant have a multiple-year contract? Is that why it's not
That's,
here?
no one with a contract is on here.
All right, okay, fine.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay.
And I suppose
You can
actually
realize that.
Leanne should have been on this business too.
She was.
Oh, she's on
Yeah,
here. I'm
she's on
sorry.
here. We already did that,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, I did.
Do we have a second on this?
I'll second that. Do I have a
Yeah.
question?
Sure.
The CBA members, did any come up, or could we already do that?
Who was that? Board of Appeals?
Is on bar-
Zoning, nobody was up for renewal this year.
Oh, they got multiple years?
Well,
They do have
Yeah,
multiple
they're-
here. And they're staggered too, if I can recall.
One
Good,
vacancy.
they're not allowed to.
I
leave
thought we
right now.
did have one every year.
I thought so too. I thought we had 2 every year, because it's 6
We can
members.
check on this before.
They're looking for members, so maybe that's.
Oh, they have a
vacancy.
vacancy.
Yeah.
It's probably that.
And
That's
didn't
weird.
we appoint somebody to fill an unexpired term?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's why
Multiple,
it's,
you have
There were a
multiple
couple,
of those.
yeah.
There's been a lot of change.
okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. Last under new business is approve the education incentive for Eric Gagnon. And we did receive a letter from Chief McGee regarding this agenda item. Bear with me just a second. It says, dated June 10th, 2020. He's writing us this letter to inform us that as of May 22nd, 2020, Eric Gagnon has reached 21 credits at Bristol Community College. Go Eric, where he is pursuing his associate's degree in fire science in accordance with the CDA, Article 26, Section 3. He's entitled to compensation for 21 credits at $150 per year. I'm requesting your approval that Eric be compensated according to the CDA. Sincerely and respectfully, Chief.
So,
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
Would that be made retroactive?
To May
I
22nd?
was just gonna ask
I
that.
think it should be.
Part of my motion, to read this tonight.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
like that. Understood. Any further discussion under this item? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, that motion passes, and congratulations, Mr. Gagnon. Under Selectmen's reports, Selectman Pacheco, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I always have office hours once a week on Mondays because of the pandemic. The building's been closed, but I am going to resume office hours, not office hours, but appointments again to see anybody from the public. It's only by appointment, so you can call me at 508-669-6888, and you can schedule an appointment to discuss anything that you feel is relevant. I also want to mention the Dayton Public Library strategic plan town administrator and myself have been working on since March 7th. We've had several Zoom meetings. The first meeting was a regular meeting before everything fell apart. And they'll have it review the draft report on June 18th, and we'll be getting the final report from the trustees, I believe. They'll be presenting it to the board here, so it's an interesting plan, and hopefully you will support it.
I just had comment that it leaned heavily virtual content, but that was even before coronavirus made that more of a necessity. So it was interesting that the library was already evolving in that way. So just a comment.
Okay. Selectman Goulart, anything under
Yeah, I do have something. Last Friday, the Bristol County Financial Advisory Committee received an invitation to tour the construction site at the Aggie School. And they had them on Fridays and Saturday, but it was limited. But I did ask special permission to bring Tom Ferry because although he's been down there a lot, and he's been, I'll say, out the road for the most part, and he has been instrumental in this project since day one. He attended the first information gathering session that was held. So we put on our hard hats and our bright colored vests and goggles, and we toured all of the buildings. Went right to the third floor of the building that has the beam that everybody signed. Oh, I gotta tell you, when you're looking up at it, you can't see. It's hard to read, it's way up there. Our escort for the tour was Superintendent Director Sands and David from the construction company. And we went all through that building that we watched the beam be raised on, up one set of staircases, and across, through and down, all the floors. There are some spectacular views from that building, okay? We went to the building next door, I call it the wooden building, and the building we toured is actually having brick applied to it right now. They were washing some of the brick they had installed on the outside, and it's beautiful. The building that is all wood to the east of that building is the student building. There'll be a cafeteria downstairs. It's all natural wood. Yes.
It came up out of like nowhere.
Well,
It was
that's
just there one day
because
I drove by.
that was all, I guess, designed and pre-cut in Canada. And the
So it
thing
was ready
was,
to go.
the
That's
thing was
right.
to ship it all down here because there was a border, there may still be a border closing. The virus interrupted that, but there's no steel in that building. This is a wooden building, and there will be a lot of exposed wood because they pointed out some of the wood that would be huge beams that will be exposed, you know. the buildings, even the three-story building, has areas where if you wanted to, you could actually go out and sit in a small area and be in the fresh air. I won't call them patios, but they're like almost like a porch. We went across the street. We went into the I call it the machine building where we met for the beam signing. It's been gutted. It's been gutted, and they're already renovating it. Then we went to, there's a lot of construction in the yard over at Gilbert Hall. I mean, they were putting in storm drains. I checked out the storm drains.
Everything is on up.
Holes in the ground and big pipes and, you know. And then we went around the back of the building. And then on the far side, you'll remember when they had their fall show, there was one whole wall that was glass. And then they had all the displays set up there with the flowers and all that. That's where the art department's going to go, and they'll learn climbing in there. And the only other buildings where they haven't started yet is when we were across on the North Campus. When you looked way up, you could see on the left the cow barn, the plaid barn, and across from that is the small animals building. The small animals building will be demolished. They will move all those animals into the third floor of the big classroom building. They will build a new cow barn, demolish the red barn, but the part of that barn that is not red will remain. It's the section where they have smaller animals like pigs and I think there's goats. But I think we were there maybe a little over an hour or so, and it was just amazing to see what's happening. So. As time progresses, there will probably be more tours, and I'm hoping that the next time I can invite some other people. It's totally amazing to see what's going on. Really, really something that we're all going to be paying for. But those students are in for really something special.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it does look nice. I will agree. I can't wait to see the final product.
And it's on schedule for September of a year from this September. That's what they're talking about. And even though they've had the virus and for a period of time the carpenters were working, they're on schedule. Okay, everyone was properly attired. Everywhere you look, there are either hand washed with the goop, or there are actually physical stations where they have these, I'll call them portable sinks for lack of a better term. But yes, yeah, very, very interesting.
All right, moving on to correspondence. So we did receive, I know this person, we received an email from Pacheco dated Tuesday, June 9th. He said, I'm resigning from the Historic Commission and the Cemetery Commission effective immediately. I wish these commissions the best. Thank you. Respectfully yours, Ken Pacheco.
I'll make a motion to accept with regret and thanks for Mr. Pacheco's service on the, to accept his resignation with thanks and regret for his service on the Historical Commission and the Cemetery Commission.
I'm going to step down and second that motion. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you for your service. And yes, abstain for the record. Madam Administrator, did you want to very briefly, because we still have a little bit more
Yep,
meeting.
you don't need to read this. This
Yep.
is if anybody's interested, it's part of our package posted online. This is just a notice that there's going to be a public hearing. It's in August 12th, I believe. I'll double check that right now. About Comcast and their rates, and if you are not happy with those, then you can attend this hearing.
And who's happy with Comcast rates?
Well,
Like, we know you're not going to be sending us
August
happy
12th.
emails.
And they do accept written comments if you'd like, and if anybody's interested, I will give you the address to share those. Just give us a call.
All right.
No, the rates, it's the lack of service.
And like the
Well,
walking
yes,
in about
absolutely.
silliness.
Did we ever get a response? I believe you were asking them about senior discount or discount for seniors.
Oh, with our license agreement, that's part of the package.
So we've done everything we can do. Now it's between the lawyers, but I'll follow up. I do owe him a call.
Yeah, we haven't voted on that final. We do have like
We're
a
very
draft.
close.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
have like
so-
you got the draft, right? That big. Yeah.
But it's different. So we were starting out with a 3%. Right now we're at 1%.
Mhm.
The first year was gonna be 3% with a higher amount in the capital payments. And they didn't want to do that. They wanted to start us off right at 5% for all 10 years. So we signed on board with that and we're just waiting for
Yeah.
finalization.
So
But I'll ask about the senior discount.
This is the public hearing they didn't want to happen, because they had sent us communications about the need, there was no need for a public hearing, because I can remember writing
That's-
something like,
Right, so that's a separate thing. This
Okay.
is about the tier rates, the basic thing. This is
Okay.
something that
How they bundle-
it's
Bundle.
telecommunications and cable, they hold this. This isn't relative to the town, this is, I mean, it is, but this is about a statewide initiative.
Okay.
it's another aggravation.
Moving on to acknowledgements, we don't have any. So minutes, except for review, the minutes of the Board of Selectmen's regular meeting of June 10th, 2020.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it and that motion passes. Next, we have approval of the minutes for the Board of Selectmen's regular meeting of May 27th.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Actually, you let me down. You always ask if they've been changed. Have they been changed? Okay, good. He must have already asked.
Did I read it?
It is 10:29.
Right? You didn't even. All right, all those in
It's going to probably be 2 hours.
I hope not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, and that passes. Approval of the warrants.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the following warrants be approved. 51A-20, in the amount of $104,205.97 payroll. 51B-20, in the amount of $102,934.71. 51C-20, in the amount of $20.36. The last two being accounts payable dated June 17th. be approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the following warrants be approved. 52A-20, in the amount of $109,340.91 payroll. 52B-20, in the amount of $35,569.78 payroll. 52C-20, in the amount of $97,272.21. 52D-20, in the amount of $73.47. The last two being accounts payable dated June 24th. Be approved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. Mrs. Brady, time to revisit our favorite part of the meeting. Is there any public input? Did we get any emails or
We didn't.
phone calls?
We didn't.
Okay.
We had somebody here tonight, though. I wonder if she was a member of the public.
Yeah, that's Jen Dushkowski.
It's hard, you can't
Oh,
recognize them.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
you can never tell who's who.
Yeah.
Yeah, she left.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hearing no further public input, I will entertain a motion to enter into executive session.
I'll make a motion that under chapter, Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy session in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel or to conduct collective bargaining session or contract negotiations for non-union personnel. A, town administrative non-union contract negotiations.
An open session, I'm sorry.
Second?
An open session will not reconvene after this. We have a motion in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. That motion passes. Roll call.
Aye.
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 Cable, thank you so much. Seriously, Andrew, thank you so much. Being patient.
We can
And I hope you have a good night. And thank you, everyone.